Hey everybody, how's it going? Good morning, good morning. Welcome to another factional fight. Plays Wurm Online. Hmm. I hope everybody's well today. Today, let's turn down the music a little bit here. That today we have a lot to talk about. We'll get to all of that in due time. I'm carrying all this stuff with me. Let me put that down. There's a lot of stuff going on in Worm, so there's a lot of news, which is really, really good. Can't wait to delve into all of that. One thing I also noticed, actually, I need one more. One thing that I also noticed was that there's a few missions up here that are doable, and I could use some sleep bonus. Let's see here. Let's load up all the stills. Now, recently, and if you saw in the last stream, you would have noticed I've been working a lot on my fine carpentry, just like really trying to push that, and it's slow going. I don't get to play all that long during the week. But I have been able to push it to 66 point or 86.6 rather, which I'm pretty proud of. And if we get to a point where we are done with the missions and getting all of our sleep bonus, I might go back to doing a little bit of that. All the while, trying to keep these stills going. I'm going to also have to manage these stills. There's a whole bunch of alcohol in here, like a whole bunch of alcohol. I don't think I manage the stills in terms of the liquid that's in them for quite a while. Probably since last week. So if we just take a peek into one of them, there's 14 kilograms, almost 15 kilograms of moonshine in this still, and each of the stills has about that. I'm more worried about whether or not I have enough barrels to put the stuff in, but let's see. I got one other empty one here, and I'll probably empty these into the stills, and we'll see how that goes. See me? Why do I sound so weird? That's a good question. Why do I sound so weird? Is it like my voice is a little bit raspy? I think that's just from the morning. Or is it that my mic is sounding all distorted? Which is possible. Let me see if I can turn that down. Let me do a voice mod. Interesting. Take me a second to try to fix that. Okay. That looks okay. Just if you can let me know, does that sound any better? Yeah, but That's not what it should be picking up. It should be picking up this thing. There is a mic on here, but let me double check what you want. Not just to make sure that. Okay. Just give me a second to see. Did that fix anything? Is my mic still sounding weird? Still the same. This is probably using the wrong mic. It's possible. Okay, let me switch to my headset mic. Okay, now it should be my headset mic, like this thing. Hmm. And now I'm switching back to the. Does it sound any different when I do that? Boy, this is very odd. That sounds no different. Okay. Okay, you know what? One more thing I can try is just disabling the headset mic. Let's see here. What is coming through? Testing, 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 testing. That's interesting. The video broadcast is not getting anything. Right? That should be disabled. Right. Let's disable that. Ooh, that didn't work. Very strange. Oh, right, recording is what I want. Oh boy. What is going on here? The video broadcast is getting. Okay, it's this. There we go. There we go. Did that fix it? It looks like it's coming through the Yeti now. But boy, it looks like it's clipping. Way better. Awesome. Okay, is it like too loud? Is it clipping? Like, is it distorted? Because it does appear like this is going to the max, but the video broadcast looks like it's distorted a bit. Okay, let me just bring down the volume here. Something like 75. Yeah, distorted a bit. Okay. Whoops, I didn't mean to close that. Hey, Catspur, what's going on? Just dealing with some technical difficulties. You know how it goes. The computer just decides that it wants to change some settings on me. Perfect, a bit higher maybe. Okay. Well, I can change that. I'll keep this here, just like that. And I will change the volume back up in OBS. Okay. Whew. Sounds much better now, yeah. And I should sort of try to stay on what I'm doing here. Otherwise, these stills will go unlit. What did I do there? I did 11 and 12 and 13, 14, 15, and 16. There we go. Everything's all back to normal. Back to AMSR quality. Hey, Dezo. And hi, Josh. How's it going? And Uyaz. Who else is in here? And Bunzini. And cats, of course. Welcome on in. Felt like a cat was chewing my ears. I do apologize. It's very strange how like no settings were changed between the last stream and this stream, and yet somehow it turned on the hands-free. Oh, that. Yeah, if the chat doesn't behave, use the other mic. Yeah. Okay, did I light all the stills? Yep. And then, so, little story. I was contacted by Motec. I don't know if you guys know who Motec is. He's a fine carpenter. I've gotten him to imp my rope tools before. And just out of the blue, completely unexpected. And he asked if I'd be interested in borrowing a rare copper still, like if I could use it, because he's, I'm sure, watched the streams and has noticed that I've been, you know, fermenting and distilling alcohol. And so he asked if I would like to borrow, like he has no use for his rare copper still at the moment for an undetermined amount of time, and it's just going to sit there collecting dust. So he wondered if I'd be willing to, or if I was interested in borrowing it, just to have it as an extra still. So I agreed. Thought that was very nice. And turns out the copper still is like a 92 quality rare copper still. Turn to the hands free. Do I have a pet in the house that secretly wants to stream? No. No, I have no idea what causes settings to get changed without me actually changing them, but yeah. Anyway, this still actually lasts quite some time in terms of its burn time, which is awesome. Um, I haven't actually timed it yet, but my guess is, my suspicion is that it is not the same as a forge. I know that we were having this debate on the last stream about how long do stills last. Are they more like ovens or more like forges? I think the 92 still with the ruin might last for less than 5 hours. It's like over 4 hours, less than 5 hours, somewhere in there. Whereas I think if it was a forge at the same quality and the same ruin, it would be more like, it would be well above 6 hours. So that's that. Also, I'm going to fuel these with a suggestion that happened on last stream. Boris the Scorer had suggested, why don't you take a large amphora, put the peat in there, put the amphora on your belt. That way you can activate it with, a key press. And I have another key press that will fuel the forge. So I'll just hover my mouse over here, press my fuel button, then reactivate the peat and fuel again. And then this makes this process go this fast. This is just brilliant. Now let me just see if, I hope I didn't miss one. 15, yeah, this is perfect. 16, 17, there. All of them fueled. That beats all the key presses that I had before. Hey, Eshem, what's going on? Good morning. Welcome on in. All right. Oh, one more thing before I go here. Still got some stuff to do. So what I'd like to do is put all of the alcohol into barrels and refill the stills. It seems like that kind of has to be a weekly thing. I get home from work, I come on and I'll turn on all the stills. These ones are still around 2.5 hours. So every 2.5 hours, I'll come back and I'll refuel them. And on a regular weekday, I might be able to get 3 refuels in. And then on a weekend, I might get 4 or 5 refills in. And after a week of doing this, because I think I emptied all of these right after the stream last week. Whoops. Unlock window. Okay, and this is the result of a week of having these going for like a few hours each day. Might be more than a few hours. It might be 5 or 6 hours. In addition, my beverage making skill is going up. I haven't done any pan filling or anything, or any grinding of any sort. Just having these stills going has given me passive skill. And it's about like 0.2 or 0.3 per day, I'd say. But you keep that up every day and the numbers are going to go up. Okay, so I think the first thing I'm going to do is empty the undistilled alcohol into the boilers. The boilers are getting low in weight. That'll free up a whole bunch of barrels. That way I can put the whiskey and the alcohol into the empty barrels. So, and if you notice, I'm sort of doing whiskey all down this side. This is all whiskey. And then I got moonshine and I got vodka. And we got a whole ton of barrels of undistilled alcohol here. I'm just going to unseal a bunch. I anticipate I'm going to need some. All right, and let's just empty. Empty these barrels right into the boilers. Okay, that's that. I might have opened one too many, but what's nice is that the alcohol doesn't go bad. It can sit in not sealed. Okay, I think I filled all of them up. On that side, let's do some moonshine. Moonshine and then some vodka. And it's getting kind of crazy. Like I have a ton of alcohol now. It's like insane. Oh, did that empty all of my vodka? I need one more. And I have yet to create a proper cellar. Wine barrel will not fit on the wine rack. Uh-oh. I think I might need a new wine rack. This one here. Can I fit some of these? Sorry, not those. Oh yeah, it is these. Let's see. Look at how many whiskey barrels I have. These are all full of whiskey. 14 barrels. Let's see how many fit on here. No, that's full. Okay, I think I'm going to need to make another wine rack. Wine racks are really quick. Yeah, it is a ton of alcohol, I know. It's crazy how much alcohol there is. I think wine rack. Okay, large. It's like literally only 3 components. A large nail and 2 wooden beams. Rack, wine, small barrel rack, crate rack, amphora rack, rack for empty BSB. Oh, it's the top one. Oh, and I can't because there's... Look at me using this menu system still. I have the crafting window open. Why didn't I just do it there? Anyway. And despite the fact that my skill in fine carpentry is really high, wine racks are like really hard. I don't know if you saw that, but it was a 57% chance of completion with 86.6 skill. So that's a little bit much. Oh, see, that didn't work. Yeah. So you might be wondering where Brian is. He was with me last week. And he's been getting on in the game more often recently, which is good to see. It's just a matter of scheduling. So he's busy today. I'm busy tomorrow. And so it just didn't work out this week. All right. So let's move some things. So I want this one to be mostly empty barrels. So all of the finished ones are going to move over to that rack over there. There we go. I might do some sorting. Okay, what are these? These are the finished alcohol. Okay, and now there should be room for me to move Yeah, some of these empty ones. I want to do it by weight. There we go. There we go. All right, now I got to open all these up again. Hey, Zetrin, what's going on? Welcome on in. Oh, and I completely forgot this. Completely forgot the rare one. So I need some more whiskey. Okay, good. That gives me another barrel. Nice. Okay, so time to now empty. The other thing about the rare still is that it's producing the whiskey at a slightly higher level than it was, right? Like all rare things do. And hey, TT, what's going on? So that's another benefit of a rare still. Burns longer, and it seems to produce the alcohol at a slightly higher level, which kind of makes sense. Okay, so this is the undistilled rack. This is the empty rack. All right, here we go. We got some vodka, whiskey, and moonshine. I'm just going to expand it all. Let's see how much we end up with after all this. It's going to be a lot. Like nearly 15 kilograms in each still for 16 stills. All right. Whiskey. I just want to make sure the quality is not too far off. Looks okay. Oh, that filled that one. So let's just start at the top. Work our way down. Oh. Huh. Hey, typical. I'm a friendly newbie. How's it going? And so this is where Cats is getting all our mountain booze from. It is indeed. And so Cats, if you ever run out, you know where to go to get more. Okay. So that was 3 barrels of whiskey and a little bit. Or maybe just 3 barrels of whiskey. Oh no, because I filled some here, so it was even more than 3 barrels. Okay, good. Vodka, 55 quality. Why is that 55 quality? Why is the moonshine 44 quality? Okay, well, let's deal with the moonshine for a second. I know there was a couple batches that were messed up in the quality. Do I plan to go on the cadence implong? Yes. Yes, I do. I'm actually super excited about the cadence implong. That is one of the motivations for... do I want to mix that? I almost don't want to mix that. I might even just pour out the 55 quality. I'm not even sure what caused the quality to be so low. Yeah, it's part of the motivation for working on my fine carpentry skill, because it's just another one of those skills that I'll have available to help at the implong. Most people you ask don't even know it's happening. Interesting. Yeah, totally going to check out the cadence implong too. Really excited about it. I wonder if it has something to do with the fact that there are people who are playing on the new servers that don't really know what an implong is, or like it's possible. I can imagine. There are players who started only after the new servers launched and haven't experienced an implong. There hasn't really been an implong on the older servers since. Let me think if I'm getting that right. Since, oh no, there was Drogo's and Tuxie's implong, and there might have been one other one over the holidays. Right. So, but you know, there might have been a lot of people who were completely oblivious to that fact. And I know a lot of events on the new servers have suffered from the problem of not sort of posting things in the right place. Okay, so I'm going to show you what I mean by that. So what I'm finding is that there are quite a few events that are posted in the sub forums for the individual servers. Got enough windows open there? Let me see. Well, I could close this one now. I could close that one. I do like having the volume mixer open just in case. I have my Discord open. I have the music going. OBS is going. I got my 2 clients. Yeah. The other 2 that I just closed were like from troubleshooting the problem earlier. So yeah. Oh, Windows in the yeah, I know. Well, this is what alcohol looks like when you have 16 stills. Or now I have 17 stills. Maybe I wonder, like, is it that I'm keeping the barrel unsealed that's causing the quality to go down? Because if that's a thing, I better seal these. Okay, well, I'll do that in a second. I don't want to lose track of what I'm saying. So what I was saying was that a lot of the events are posted in these subforums. Like, for example, if you go into the Harmony one, and I understand the purpose of the public slaying, that's fine. But this one here, like, there's a rodeo hoedown going on in November, right? Like, I wonder how many people are able to notice that there's a rodeo hoedown that kind of feels like a similar event like an Implong, right? So a whole bunch of people are going to come and there's going to be a lot of events, like games to play and, um, to compete against each other, potentially for prizes. I don't know. Like a ton of work looks like went into this event, right? You ask them, and then there's games but no imping. Yeah, right. So like, but I mean, no imping, sure. So it's not an imp-along per se, but it is like a big event, a get together of some sort, and it's gonna have it seems like a lot of fun, right? It seems like merchanting is also a big thing that's gonna be happening. So instead of it being an imping, it's sort of a way to meet other people and maybe purchase some things from other people or sell some things and participate in a whole bunch of events. But Perigi, I would say that that's not traditionally true. By traditionally, I mean in the history of Wurm, you go back into, when the Impelongs were super, what's the word? Like where they were more uncommon, right? Where there was like one person or 2 people like holding an Impelong every year. Traditionally, I would say that you would find all the information in the town square section of the forums. And mostly because everybody can participate, not just those on your particular server, right? So back in the day before the Steam servers were on, not the Steam servers, but northern servers, when there was only the southern servers, posting it here made sense because everybody who plays Wurm online had the potential of being able to go, not just those who are on independence, let's say. Now it's a little bit more complicated, but now like people might feel like it doesn't make sense to post it here if it's going to be an NFI Impelon because only those who are on Northern will be able to participate. But even so, you see Vooch's Impelong advertisement here. Here's the one on Cadence. So that's the one that we're talking about right now. There is also another one. This one was more of a should I hold an Impelong? But there was another one. Where is it? I thought I saw it. There it is, Lunalong. Okay, so there's the Lunalong, which is going to be
hosted by Draka, and I think that's in December, is it? 55 days from now? December, yeah. So this is like a Christmas in Belong sort of region. Not quite Christmas, but maybe holidays. Yeah. Go to Elwood's Christmas in Belong 2011. Where was that announced? I right. But you know what's interesting is that I don't even remember. Well, I guess I wasn't playing around that time. Okay. I'm not going to go dig I mean historically, but what I mean to say is like I didn't even know Elwood held an It Belong before. My impression at the time was only Willow had been holding It Belongs at the time. And wait, Elwood's It Belong was the first one in 2011. Oh, that's the first one you were on. Okay, I see. That's the first that you went to. Yeah, okay. Um, I mean, I started after that, but I also did not even know that that was an Impelong. Like, I didn't know that that had happened. From my impression, the only Impelongs that were going on at that time were Willow's Impelong at the new Festival Cove or at the Festival Cove deed. And again, that might have something to do with the fact that Elwood might have advertised it not in the town square, but in the specific subforum of the server that he was on. I think that when you advertise something in the subforum on the server that you're on, it makes it harder for people to find it. Yeah, 2012 was the one I recorded. That was the first one I was at because I didn't start until 2012. Um, but by the time I went to that Impelong at the end of 2012, I think my blacksmithing was. I think at the Impelong I hit 96 blacksmithing. That was so I was already not a noob anymore by the time I got to that Impelong. But as I said, I feel as though the Impelongs that I went to were advertised in the town square, and that helped me notice that they were there. I don't think at the time when I was a newer player that I was looking at the sub forums of the for much more than just the community map. Um, More recently, I have been focusing on like looking at these sub forums. I've noticed Josh is posting his posting your Joshua, you're posting your Tall Spring Scout, which is kind of cool. I really like how you're organizing that by server because you know, let's say I live on Melody. I'm more interested in the streams that you did on Melody, and so I can find the forum that's specifically your visits to Melody, which is really good. But for events, like I remember early on in the Northern Freedom Isles, there were like boat races and horse races, and with substantial prizes too. Like I think the boat race that I went to, I think the prize was like 50 silver, and this was held by a player. Um, and they posted it in the sub forum down here. You know, it was either Melody or I can't remember even now, but or not. I mean Harmony or Cadence. I can't remember. Must have been Harmony. And I kind of felt like because it was posted here, a lot of people didn't even know it was happening. I think the forums as a general whole, there's not that many. There's not a high percentage of players who check the forums on a regular basis. And so even posting it in the town square might not get noticed by people, which might explain why a lot of people don't know it's happening. Hey, Bunloose, what's going on? Okay, Daxian kids. Let's see. That's true, but with the cluster thing, they don't have an NFI town square or whatever. Yeah, that's true. I think 10 silver on the horses race into Harmony. Me and 3 other people showed up. Right. Right? Like, and then I showed up at the second horse race, or it might have been the third one. Um, that was being held by Sista Sista. And again, like it felt like I showed up, Brian came along, I think Katz came along, so it was us 3, and there might have been 4 other people. in addition to us, which was a little like, it was such a fun event, and I wish there was like a better kind of way to get word out to the community. Um, but currently, I feel like the best way is in two places. One is here in the town square. And despite the fact that, I do understand that there's no northern Freedom Isle town square and southern town square, I still feel like posting it in the town square is the appropriate place for events where you want multiple servers to participate. Right, Cetrin, you would have gone, but you didn't know about it. Exactly. I know. Like, I think a lot of people, if they had known about it, would have gone. Like, especially if it was on the server that you live on, or it wasn't that hard to get to. And like those horse races, like you said, there was a 10 silver prize. I think the one that I went to, the prizes were a little bit more, like they went up. And then the boat race I went to, it's like the prizes were ridiculous. And I have a feeling that Sister kept raising the prices to entice more people to come, right? Like, if I raise the prices of the prizes, it might entice people to come. But I really don't think that was the problem. The reason why people weren't coming were they didn't know it was happening in the first place, which is unfortunate. So, and Joshua, I think you're right. I also wonder this. If somehow, like, there could be some creative way that the dev team or the Wurm team can think of that might better spread the word about these events. I remember at the time Retrograde was like, I think it was the boat race, and I'm sailing to the boat race, and what was it? I can't remember why I contacted Retro at that time. It was about something. I can't remember. Anyway, I mentioned to him this boat race I'm about to go to and how bad the winds were. I was like sailing and the winds were terrible, and I was like joking that he should turn the winds up for the event so everybody can get to the boat race. And he's like, "Boat race? What boat race?" And I'm like, "Well, there's an event going on. It was posted on the forums in the sub forum of Harmony." And he's like, "Oh, he didn't even know it was happening." And he was the community manager at the time, right? Like, and I remember at the time he created something where people could submit information about events so that he could be more in the know. But it never got held up, and I don't think Demona kept that going up. It was like a Google form he created or something like that, where you can type in, what was it? It was the shout box, or was that what it was? It was like Retro had created the Wurm Online shout box or something that he called it something like that. And it was just a Google form where you can type in like anything that you wanted related to anything pretty much. But in addition, like, it was intended for things like, if you know of some event that's happening, or if you know of some interesting thing that is going on, to just put it in the shout box, and maybe some of those items might end up in the Valorant International. So that happened for like one or two internationals. But I don't think it kept going. Let's see. So you try talking about the cadence of belong on your freedom chat once in a while to get people who don't know to notice. Yep, that's a good plan. Another plan might be putting it into GL Freedom, because then everybody can get that message. Yeah, this race I'm talking about was very recently. Backwatch Reunification Party. Oh, there was a recent race. I didn't even know that there was a recent race. Where was that posted? Boy, we were just looking at the subforums, and did anybody see a post? It was on Cadence. There was a treasure hunt on Cadence? I didn't know that either. The title is terrible. Right. I mean, I wish there was like a better way of advertising, but there is a better way of advertising these events than putting it in these subforums, because it's really hard for people to know it's happening if it's not only if it's in the subforums, but it's not titled in a way that makes it clear, right? Like Wurm events could be epic, like if you get a whole bunch of people coming, like think of the dragon slayings, for example, right? If I go to a dragon slaying, it's potential I can walk away with value, right? Like the value I walk away with is in the scales and the blood. And that could be like pretty like, 4 silver or more, depending on the blood and the materials you're getting, right? And just that entices people to go. These events should probably also entice people in the same exact way, especially when there's prizes to be had. But you see on the slayings, hundreds of people show up. Could you imagine if there was a horse race and 100 people showed up to it? That would be awesome. That would be like one epic horse race. And I know that the dragon slayings get posted in these subforums, which might be why. But man, I don't know. And by the way, there is a white dragon slaying. Let's see, when is that? That's tomorrow. Interesting. I might not actually be able to make it to that. But we'll see. We'll see. As long as they're not hosted on Epic. Or we're mail invite newsletters about events sent via mail system. Interesting. That is an interesting idea. Yeah. I don't. Yeah. I mean, the scheduling of events is difficult, partially because not everybody can make it. An in-game Wurm events board, that would be really cool. Like, you know how they have those boards like for joining villages and things like that. You got the recruitment board, but imagine a board where I, as a player, can post a papyrus, like a note. I write up a note and I can post it on the message board, and then everybody in the entire Northern Freedom Isles can go to their message boards and see my message that I posted there. Hey, Drogos. Now I can understand. As I'm saying this, I'm thinking of potential problems with that system because people could just spam that, for example. But I think that they can possibly Feyran unlock the ability to create events via the village progression system, of course. Okay, like I can see what you're saying, that makes it so that you can't let's say spam new character and just post unlimited number of posts on the message boards. Like make it so that a village has to reach a certain point in the progression system that isn't yet in the game. But let's say they put a village progression system where there's lots of milestones to achieve the more that you progress your village. And one of the milestones that you can hit is that you can build now a village message board that you can post to. Now, before you can build a message board, but you can only read, let's say, all the posts, but you now have the ability to post to it. That might be cool. A little bit dreamy, but yeah. I'm sure there's ways to prevent people from spamming the message board. Like just make it so that each character can only put one, let's say. Or that if you want to put on another one, you got to take down your first one. So my suggestion to anybody who's hosting events is to put it first in the town square. Like I think currently town square is where it should go. More people are going to see it that way. If you just make the title nice and big, like horse races on Harmony or whatever, make it nice and obvious. And then the second place to put it is on the Wurm Online Discord. I don't know if maybe this is something that's easier for the Wurm team to implement, is I wonder if there's a channel here that is specifically for events. And if not, maybe that's a suggestion that we can make. Let me see. Yeah, I don't see one. Oh, there is one. But it's oh, that's locked. Nobody else can see that. That's just for me. Okay, so yeah. Like they can put like an events, maybe not under the official, maybe under the community. Put one in here that's like events where people can advertise their events. Let me see. There's a Discord feedback. Let's put an idea here. Suggestion: have a channel for people to announce their in-game events. Okay, there's a suggestion. Hey, Texie, what's going on? And divorce, ha ha ha. Don't put one penny into this idea. You got 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. Yeah, well, I think that just naturally, having more avenues for people to spread their word about their events is going to be a good thing for the game. Like it'll make those events more worthwhile because more people will know about them, more people will be going to them, and then those events, like events in Worms, events in Wurm could be epic. Like, I've been to some epic events, but when not that many people show up, it's yeah. So okay, so let's see what we're doing today. We are going to work on some of these missions because I'm running low on sleep bonus. And what I'm finding is that I have to not be using my sleep bonus sometimes so that I have sleep bonus for the grinds. Otherwise, I run out too quickly. And one way to get sleep bonus is to participate in these missions. And there's a bunch of missions today that are like possible. I'm just going to turn this down a little bit. I'm finding these horns a little bit much. So yeah. I wonder how hard is it to make rains? I can't make them, but I know Feyran can make them. And these are for sacrificing. So like maybe I can hop on Feyran if you're not able to play and make a bunch of decent quality rains. There's black belted vests. Can make 1 or 2 of those, and the other one is fruit presses. So let's start with the fruit press because I think that's pretty easy. Yeah, it was a Google form, right? Drogos. I was remembering that Retrograde had created it, but I don't know if that's been like I don't know where it is. So, like where would I find that, or whether there's somebody who's actually looking at it? Because I'm pretty sure that was Retro's thing. So 4 planks, a shaft, some small nails. I'm just gonna make. What do we need to make? 28 of them, and we're halfway done. So there's 14 or 15 maybe already made. Okay, let's just make 3. I'm gonna make them out of oak. They each take 4 planks. So 3 times 3 is 9, and then another 3. Oak. It needs shafts. Ugh, where's my shafts? Here they are. 3 shafts. And then it looks like also a sprout. Okay. Let's see here. Another NPC in Starter Town's Town Crier may be announcing cleared events from Wurm team. Lots of options, but yeah, totally. That would be totally cool. But again, like the dev team will have to have a way for the events to be announced. And I think currently, even though there was one created, I feel like it's not quite. I don't think it's being used to its full potential, right? I think dragon slayings, for example, are something that should be announced like this. Like if it's been announced publicly. There's a dragon slaying. Um, that should be one of these items that are kind of in the forefront, so everybody knows about them. What am I doing wrong? It's a shaft. I have to put in here. Fruit press. There it is. Okay, and so that Google sheet that in Drogos, you said you used it for announcing DRF. What is DRF? Was that your Impelong that you had on in the winter? Yeah. But you could have seen it in other places, not sure. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's possible. Yeah, and you don't know if an NPC in starter towns would be much help with events. Yeah, because it's kind of true that. Whoops, did that not go in? Yeah, it's true that. Wait a minute. Something's happening here. What just happened? It's like I'm putting it in. Oh, I see. It's each one takes 2 sprouts. That's why. But but something's interesting happening. Let me see if it happens with the small nails. But it's like once the sprout went in, it removed the fruit press. That's weird, right? Like it doesn't usually do that, does it? What's happening here? What is happening? This one still needs a sprout. Okay, something weird was there because like that doesn't usually happen, right? Like when you have lots of unfinished items, you put them the whole stack here. And then you put the materials that they need over here, and then but let's say they still need more materials. My experience is that the item stays here. Right? Like let's say I put all 3 of these, for example. Let's say I put all 3 small nails. Okay, from my experience, what would happen once the nail goes into the first one is that the small nail will be removed from this list, and it will tell me I can no longer put another nail into it, even though I have 2 more fruit presses that need nails. So let's see what happens here. Now, I saw a suggestion on the forum recently about this very thing. Right, so it did it with the nail the same way as I experienced it, where I still have 2 more fruit presses in this stack that need nails, yet I cannot put those nails in them. In order to do that, I have to reinsert these fruit presses. But one thing I noticed with the sprouts is that once a sprout went in, it removed that fruit press from this stack, allowing me to just put more sprouts into the next one. I wish it worked that way for everything. Sometimes the old activate and continue keybinds are still better. Yeah, I know. This is one of those times. It's like I need to put 1 at a time here. Laugh out loud pants. I just lost the taxi straw draw. Moi has to do birthday party duty. Good luck with stream and take care. Okay, Josh. I know how that goes. All right, so back to the announcement thing. I think that's something that could be improved upon. It's like a small thing, but it's something that helps the community. And yeah, it'll be a good thing. And maybe it's just, do that thing with the Google form again. Make that, let's see, like put that somewhere where it's like easy to find. Does anybody know where it is? Probably won't be in the GM hall. And the dragon killings is only announced 2 days before it's done in this case. The Cadence Implong opened the topic like 6 months ago. Yeah. Yeah, like I wonder where it should go. Maybe in the tools? I don't even know. Like it should be somewhere. And what I'm talking about is like the tool that you can use to announce your event, let's say. That should be available to players to just, and then somehow the dev team could then incorporate it into, let's say, the Valorant International a little bit easier. Yeah. Anyway, you like the notice board idea? The Google form could be the way to get a message out there so GM could approve the message and be the one to post it instead of players having to free access to it. Yeah. Yeah, that's totally true. That would work. Yeah, an in-game board for events could work, yeah. And then you could just choose to put the board on your deed or whatever and just check the board. I feel like this should be also in addition to posting it on Valorant International and posting it, just spread the word, get it out there, right? The link to the forum should be visible on the main Wurm website. Okay. Yeah. It should be. Is it? Or are you saying it should be as in you think it is, or it should be as in it's not, but it should be? Community? Yeah, should be. Should be is right. And it should be available and visible in lots of different places, like it could be here, it could be also pinned to the city hall, like pinned up here or something, pinned somewhere. And then also maybe, oh yeah, as in it's probably not, yeah, but it should be. Yeah, it should be. And also maybe pinned somewhere in the Discord. Somewhere. I don't know where or how it could be pinned here somewhere, but it could be just available in multiple different places so anybody who wants access to it can have access to it. And like the message board is something that might need to be created and coded in, and that's probably something that could be coded into the game, but at least in the meantime it could be just a better, just have that Google form there and it's just a means for people to announce it to the team so that they can incorporate it in their communications. And it seems like communications are going to become more regular now. So based on the messaging, we should be kind of expecting a Valorant International once a month, approximately, which is great to hear. I've been a big advocate for having an anticipated regular schedule, even if it's just saying like, hey, it's once a month, just something that we can expect to happen. Yeah, I think that's great. And then we combine it with this where people can advertise their events and they know that it's going to come up in the monthly newsletter. Okay, so we made our fruit presses that if needed, I'll go back to fruit presses to finish this off, but I'll give people some time to, if they want to finish that off, make a fruit press. It doesn't take very long. These are on Melody, so if you're on Melody, you're watching me, feel free to join in. The benefit of completing a mission is that you get a little bit of sleep bonus. Actually, you can see it in here. I clicked on the mission progress, and let's say this is like a this UI element is terrible, but I think it's this one. I double click that, and that brings up another window that tells you the details. This one says we'll get 20 minutes of sleep bonus for each participant upon completion, as well as 53 karma per item. Okay, so I did 3 items, so I'm going to get 150 karma there. And then there's an extra 90 minutes extra sleep bonus that's split between the participants, where each participant will get 30 max. So if 3 people contribute to this event, each person will get 50 minutes of sleep bonus. Like, that's a decent chunk. And if more people participate, we're just going to split the 90 evenly amongst the participants. Right? So if everybody made 1 and there was like 28 to be made, then everybody would get something like 3 or 4 more minutes. But if it's just a few of us, then we're each going to get 30 minutes, which is great. Yeah, you did call me Brian before. I was going to correct you, but I didn't. All right, typical. You have a great one. I'll see you next time. It would be nice with a calendar on the website, like some other games have, with events listed. Interesting idea. That is a good idea. Maybe these are all ideas that we should forward to Demona. Because I know that she's thinking, like, how can I help? How can I make things better? What sorts of things? And I think these are like straightforward things. Yeah, totally. You can post a link. These are like simple things, you know? A calendar where events can be posted and then have a place for that on the website. Or the forums or somewhere where it's visible, and put a link to it in the Discord, you know, just get it in all the places. Yeah. Okay, let's do belted vests now. Let's see. This one's going to be a little bit harder because we need tannin. Tannin needs lie, I think. Let's double check that. Nope, tannin does not need lie. What am I thinking of that needs lie? It just needs acorns. And I don't have many acorns. But and they're all low quality. But let's see what happens. I don't know. I'm just gonna see what happens when I take a barrel of water. And is this gonna use up all of it? 17%. Oh, I know why. Tannin is natural substances, yeah? So I'm gonna use Xander, because Xander has a decent level of natural substances. Okay. Yeah, look, 98% chance. Okay, so let's do this. So I was allowed to help out another MMORPG and made this website for them a long time ago. But I like the events there. They have the orange text in game. Yes, they have used the orange text in the game to announce events in the past. Plane shift, interesting. Huh? What kind of game was this? Never heard of it. Just want to see. Oh, I wanted to see that picture bigger. That looks really interesting. You played that a few times, Validate? I've never heard of this game. Like, this is relatively recent. Alpha release. Open source, free MMORPG, so no advertising budget. Not many know about it. Italian game. Interesting. Is it free to play? Or does it have a subscription? Or what kind of... How do they make money? Sponsors. Just like looking at these patch notes here. Hundreds of map changes, improvements, in particular, added walls around Hydala to make it look more like properly fortified city, including the winch. Change entrance area. Okay, so like it really does feel like they're in the alpha stage, right? Like they're building the world still, it looks like. Well, the old version is free to play. Unreal version is still not, but will be. They do not make much money. They make it for fun. Interesting. I'm gonna hold on to that tab and I'll look into that more later. What am I doing here? Okay, so it used up all of the water. I see. Okay. Can I combine acorns? No. So what's the most efficient way to make tannin? I think it will be by using a measuring jug. Initial release May 2nd, 2002. Wow. Okay, so they've been in alpha for 19 years. Or is this like a different, like, is it that they restarted or something? Because it really does look like they're currently working on it. Sounds like Wurm. It kind of looks like it, but I can't see where. Okay, what is Plane Shift? Let's read this one. Plane Shift is a role playing game immersed in a 3D virtual fantasy world, completely made and maintained by volunteers. Passionate role playing gamers gather to create an open and freely available game. You will have no surprises of premium content, which will limit your gameplay or unbalance the game. There are no limitations in skills, ranks, abilities, items you can gain with your free account. There's no time limits or additional constraints. Donations are gladly accepted. Servers and bandwidth are provided by sponsors. At the moment, there are two versions of Plane Shift. Open source version, also called Plane Shift Legacy, has been made a few years back. Okay, that might be the one that was like 19 years ago. And still is fully available and playable and can be considered the current version. There's also a new version under development made with Unreal Engine called Plane Shift Unreal. This version is available only in alpha at the moment. I see. So they're currently pushing to create the game in Unreal Engine. PlaneShift Legacy is open source for the client and server code, and we accept contributions from the community. At the moment, we are not expanding anymore this version, but we are working on the new PlaneShift Unreal version. For PlaneShift Unreal, we're in need of your help to make the game better. If you want to help our efforts, okay. I want to kind of get a sense of what the game is. PlaneShift is a virtual world we always dreamed of living. PlaneShift is now part of history. Game made by role players. Interesting. It seems like a role playing focus type game. The main dev stream on YouTube and Twitch multiple times. Interesting. Very role play game. Okay. Yeah, it's an old game. They made their own engine back in the day, changing to Unreal now. It's always been in beta. We'll never leave beta. Yeah, I know. Open source projects like this kind of are like that. Okay, so here's where we're getting to the game features. 10 playable races with unique traits, unlimited professions through a skill system, original magic system with 6 ways of magic, hundreds of spells, hundreds of quests, many cities and outdoors to explore, a great number of quests to test your wit and skill, monsters and NPCs with good AI that produce game events, a world that evolves with or without player interaction, create your own house or castle, politics and economy, and much more. 3D graphics and sound for immersive experience, runs on all major platforms. Okay. Interesting. Role playing, but like, can you build? How's the building like? I'm gonna have to look into this and maybe watch some videos or something. How's the crafting system? Is there combat? And is the combat like it says monsters and NPCs with good AI that produce game events? It's hard to understand what that exactly means. A world that evolves with or without player interaction. Right? Like, there's no building there. It's a 3D representation for roleplay. It does have combat. It's a 3D representation for roleplay. So hold on. like, does that, like, okay, maybe is it like a 3D representation, like Wurm is a 3D representation, or is it more like I'm playing in UI elements mostly, but there's a 3D representation of what's happening based on my interaction with the UI? Like, which one are we talking here? It's poor man's WoW. But is it, but it doesn't even sound remotely like WoW, is what I'm trying to say. It's hard to say. I don't know. I'll have to look into it. I'm curious. But that's, yeah. I feel like I was getting off track here. There was something else that I was going to say, but I completely forgot already. Wait, why isn't this open? Okay. Ah! Okay. What you mean is that the game does not give you much, not tons of quests and such needed to roleplay. I see. Okay. It sounds like it's maybe sandboxy like Wurm, but the focus on roleplay instead of building and crafting. Okay, it does have combat. Interesting. Okay. It's definitely piqued my interest. It does sound like a game that I would enjoy. It does sound like there's skills and crafting. Is there crafting? Is there economy? Like these are all questions that I want to know the answer to, like before I give it a shot. Mm. Okay, there is a crafting and an economy. And does it work like where you kill a mob and it drops coins, and that's how I have coins to spend on things? I keep closing. Oh no, I'm gonna just move this over here so I don't lose it. Proximity chat would breathe so much life into Wurm. There used to be proximity chat. And it worked pretty good. When I first started, it was there. And they were thinking the same thing until they realized that trying to GM, like to monitor and to ensure that people weren't harassing each other, let's say, was a near impossibility. So what ended up happening was, as you could potentially imagine, and I think it was happening on the PvP servers, people were using the proximity chat in ways that were kind of not good. There were a few bad seeds. And the problem was that, let's say somebody goes to the GM team and says, hey, so-and-so is harassing me. They're saying all this stuff. With proximity chat, there's no record of that. Right? They can't go back through the logs and see what was said to get any evidence to support that. So the other person would obviously say, I didn't say that. And there was nothing that the dev team could do. So they stopped that from happening. Okay, I'm also going to need some belts, leather belts. I think I can just make that myself. Right. You could monitor it yourself, and you can choose to opt out of it. It's more that if let's say you're using the proximity chat because you enjoy it with friends, and you're just hanging out in proximity chat, and somebody comes running down the road and starts screaming hateful things. Yeah, you could mute that. But I guess the idea is like imagine you're letting your kids play and you're playing with your kids. It's like, and something like that happens. It's like there's no mechanism to, let's say, stop that person from running around saying all sorts of hateful things in proximity chat. If you know what I mean. Okay, what am I making? I'm making a leather belt. That's true. You feel like there's lots of games with proximity chat that isn't monitored. Agreed. Like, for example, Sea of Thieves. I do know that there's lots of toxicity in that game. Okay, so in terms of the money drop, how money comes in, you can't remember. You think there might be a few vendors that you can sell stuff to. Not sure. I take a chance and post link to his Twitch channel in case you want to check out, and I'd love to join in as well if you are. So let me know. Okay, cool. Let's wait a minute. They just went live 2 minutes ago. Is that what's happening, Drogos? You just linked me to his chat, and he just went live 2 minutes ago. It looks like. I'm gonna follow that. Okay, I'm so curious about this that I'm just gonna I'm gonna look at some of the pictures here. That's crazy, eh? And I gotta thank you for following. That's awesome. Okay, unfortunately, I won't be able to watch the stream. And we're all, yeah. That's for follow our progress while we convert our old school fantasy MMO to Unreal. This is awesome. Like I love the fact that devs stream all of this, like the stuff that they're doing. Like Valheim is another one where the devs stream what they're doing, and they talk about the development of the game. Another developer that I'm following is named A Loving Robot, and A Loving Robot is a person who worked on the original EverQuest and is currently working on creating. Yeah, look, no, this is, and Mortal Online is doing similar things. we're single-handedly helping out this team. So Drogos, you're helping them out by spreading the word. Okay, I'm gonna unfortunately close this though because we got to get back to our own stream. But that is really cool. Let me see. We only need 15 black belted vests. Let's start with 4. What else do I need? So I got the leather belt. Whoops. Belted. So water in a cloth shirt. Tannin iron lump. Okay. So the cloth shirts. Let's make some cloth shirts here. It's just some square pieces of cloth, which I think I have here. Not sure how much I need, but cloth shirt. Oh, and I shouldn't have made 5. Hey, MR, what's going on? Yeah, and another dev team that I've been following that's been doing not Twitch streams, although actually that's not true, but it's mostly YouTube videos, is Pantheon, Rise of the Fallen. Pantheon's dev team are pumping out regular development videos, and I just love watching them. Like I'm just so enthralled with the process that they have been sharing. And I noticed that they released another one recently. What just happened to that barrel? Belted vest. Wow, 25%. That's not very good. There's an easy mission on Celebration. create 7 large carts if you want to do. Thanks for the heads up, but the problem is I'm on Melody, which is completely unconnected from the old world, so I can't go there. Besides, I'm kind of mostly focusing on the ones that are here because all my materials are here, and even if I found that there was an easy one on, let's say, Cadence, if I went over to Cadence, I don't have any supplies there. So it would be a huge adventure, which I'm not really interested in partaking right now in that endeavor. Okay, let me think here. So it's the cloth shirt with water. Then I need to add the belt, the tannin, and an iron lump. Okay, that's easy. It's just getting this 25% chance. That's pretty hard. I mean, that's probably why very few people are doing this. I have 51 cloth tailoring. Oh, it looks like I lost some from a recent death, which probably wasn't too recent because this character has only died once, and it was right near the beginning. So. It looks like I lost a big chunk of prospecting. I got my prospecting to 60 right near the beginning. So it must have been right after that. Right after I got my prospecting up. Because I haven't touched my prospecting in a long time. 2. Welcome back, Bunloose. Yeah, now I'm finding like I'm kind of like thinking about that game. I'm trying to figure like I got to figure out stuff. Yes, this was a big. So Catspur is doing a Kingdom update stream. In fact, she should be here. I do understand. I'm feeling the same push, but the problem was I only am able to stream at most once a week, and this week it turned out I was only able to stream today, and I wasn't able to figure that out until late last night. I was like trying to schedule out the weekend with my wife, and it felt like today was the only day. So I woke up this morning and I'm like, okay, Katz, I know that you're doing your stream today, but I kind of this is the only time I can stream, and I know it's gonna feel like we're overlapping. And she was like, totally cool with it. Well, yeah, I know it is how it is, unfortunately. And I know she was really super excited to do her stream. I'm super excited to watch her stream. So more than likely, that's where we're going to be heading after this stream. In addition, I am not able to stream for super long today. Maybe only for a couple more hours, maybe 2.5 hours or so more. So it won't be a super long stream, and at that point, we'll go head over to Cats and see what's going on with the kingdom. But yeah, that's sort of how it is. All right, I should pray on Xander. One thing I did was to reduce the chores that I've been trying to keep up with. I decided not to plant the farms after the last harvest. Recently, I've been mostly just planting for skill gain. I haven't really been planting for materials, and so I thought that's like something that just every day I kind of had to do: rake the farm, harvest, and replant, and that sort of stuff. So I just decided to stop on that front. I'll get back to that at some point later. All right. Oh, that's not long in cast. I know. She promised a super long stream today. Does she ever sleep? I know. She does stream quite long streams. So I know like a 4-hour stream is technically rather long, but not in terms of Cat's stream long. Okay, so we got those done. Now let's just put the tannin on. Let's just see what happens here. I'm hoping it doesn't take all 10. I think it's just one, right? Like it'll take 1 kilogram, hopefully. Okay, or it's going to damage it. I guess the low quality is my low quality acorns are not cutting it. This is probably more like a 10% chance now. You went to bed at 3 a.m. Norwegian time, means it was 4 a.m. Finnish time. She was still streaming. I know she was streaming very late last night. But then she'll sleep like a regular amount of time and then wake up late, right? Like, and then she's starting her stream like around now, which is probably her late afternoon, her time, if not evening already. Is this working, or is the tannin just getting completely destroyed? The tannin's getting completely destroyed. Let me reset this. Oh, that's what it was. I was dropping and placing. I might have a problem here with the tannin I have. Like, I wonder what the percentage chance is here, but it's probably really low. True, she did say she hoped to start around 4 p.m. her time, but it's 6 p.m. over there now. Yeah. Yeah. I wonder if I put any acorns in these bins. I was at one point throwing random stuff into these bins to separate. Ah, yes. I did. Okay, good. So in the 40 bin seems to be some acorns here. Let's just take 5. There wasn't much water left there. So let's do this and make some higher quality. Tannin. You're gonna say hi and see who wins? Can lurk at both at least. Okay. Yeah. Let's put it in this bucket for now. Well, there's still some stuff that we got to chat about. And maybe it's about that time. We got another flurry of news. So what's kind of interesting is 2 streams ago, I was saying the same thing, that we got a flurry of news. Just like a whole bunch of stuff just came in. Yeah, we should do a co-stream. Yeah, I should have done a co-stream. One thing to like, I know it seems like when Brian and I do these streams together, it's like it seems seamless, but they're not easy to set up. They're like, and like, because we kind of already have all the software in place and we already kind of know what needs to be sent where in order to make those things happen, and yet it still takes like a good half hour of us talking and chatting and trying to get things set up, even though we have everything already set up. To get it initially set up so that, let's say, Katz and I, right, Drogos and you fought with a lot of stuff. It's definitely not straightforward, and we're in the same house. Exactly, right. So if Katz and I wanted to set it up, and I know that Brian did one with Katz. Brian is a way more tech savvy with this sort of stuff, right? Like, he kind of can navigate that really seamlessly, and yet I'm sure they spent an hour or more trying to set things up and get it to work. If I were to be doing this, it would take us like all day. Like, we would be all day just working at trying to figure it out and troubleshooting the problems. And yeah, so it might be something. Wait a minute. Oh, did the tannin go on that one? Oh yeah, tannin went on one of them. Okay, but now I have 41 quality tannin, so this should make it a little bit easier. Yeah, so it's something that's come up before, and we haven't. I don't think both of us have said like it might be cool to do it, and it would be interesting to try, but we haven't gotten to that point where we're both like, okay, let's do this. Sort of like we haven't gotten to that point yet. But yeah, they are streaming with just one person is quite much easier, quite a bit easier. So when Brian and I I contacted Brian this morning and he's like, I can't today. And I'm like, okay, that's no problem. I'll just stream myself. And then if he's not with me, the time it takes for me to get from loading up everything to the time I hit this go button is a few minutes, right? Because all the settings are already there and I don't have to set up anything or change anything. It's like just press the go and it works. But if Brian did say, yeah, I can stream today, like I wouldn't have started the stream when I did. It would have been a lot more setup. We used the NDI plugin. It worked sometimes. Right. Right. We've changed what we do so many times. We've changed it like I don't know how many times. But we recently stumbled upon something called OBS Ninja. Oh yeah, Drogus, we were talking about that for the Impelon, the OBS Ninja thing. Which arguably is not super straightforward and easy, but at least once it's set up, this is the key. Once it's set up, it is always set up. So you set it up once at the beginning, it creates a link. We copy that link and store it somewhere. Once that link is like, I can reuse that link over and over again, right? So we don't have to set it up every time over and over again, which was nice. Teased with news and gone down the street. Yeah, I know. Welcome to Factional Fight. Is squad stream still a thing on Twitch? I think so, but I wonder if it's available to me, or if you need to be partner. I don't know. But yes, let's get back to news. Okay, what happened here? Don't understand. The belt went on but didn't make it way anymore. Okay. So let's go back to news. Here we go. So again, 2 weeks ago, we got a flurry of news on the stream that I did. I'm like, oh, like tons of stuff just happened, and we went through all that stuff. Then 1 week later, I'm with Brian streaming, and we had nothing since the last time. So we were just going through the same stuff. But then after last week's stream, we got a bunch of information. Like, and I don't remember if you remember me on the last stream talking about how, let me see if I can find it. In this post here on the September 22nd, we got this little piece of information. We plan to make another post in a week or so regarding previous detailed plans and where things currently stand. Okay, and we never got that post because something happened after this was written. And it seemed like that derailed the process of what was going on here, which is totally understandable now that we understand what happened. Okay, so what happened was, let's see if I can find the first thing that we got, which was this one. And it was a post by Samuel titled Thanks. And it says, "Hi everyone. I'll be stepping down from my post as product manager of Wurm Online due to a pileup of personal issues and health problems. It has been a great adventure, and I've thoroughly enjoyed working on the game that I played and loved for over a decade. But it's time that somebody else takes the lead, as I'm not fit at the moment to do it properly. There's no better person to carry on this game further than Keenan, so I'm certain it'll turn out great with him at the helm. You can expect a development update post from him shortly. Thanks for the chance, and see you around Wurm. Samuel." So that was like not expected, but it seems as though over the past little while, and maybe not little while, Samuel's been struggling with real life and health problems and personal issues, and it is understandable that that is one of the things that caused all the problems that happened with communication, the development of the game, the you know all the stuff that people were really complaining about over the past several months. Sounds like it stems from this issue, and so Samuel decided now to step down so that it makes room for somebody else to step up into that role and maybe get the ball rolling. And it seems Keenan's the guy who got that role. Now Samuel's been on the team for a long time. He picked up the product manager role when Buddha left right before the Steam launch. So not that long ago. And but in his time, Samuel has done a lot for the game. I just want to point out a couple posts that happened down here related to Samuel's contributions. Here's Demona responding, saying it was wonderful to work with you. There's Josh. Let's see here. The one I'm looking for is the one posted by Arch. There it is. So Arch used to be Retrograde. He used to be the community manager and worked closely with Samuel for many years. So he says, Samuel, on behalf of the Wurm, on behalf of everyone at Wurm, I want to say thank you. This game wouldn't be what it is today without you. Many of you might not know this, but years ago, someone else was working part-time on the new renderer. Okay, so this was like way before Samuel. Okay, and by new renderer, we're talking about the stuffs. So all of the wood types. This is like going way back, right? This is going way back. The old renderer had it so that each item had a different model for each wood type. Right? Okay, so just to put this in perspective, imagine the BSB model. If you needed a separate artwork for an oak BSB, a cedar BSB, a willow BSB, like every of the wood types would have its own separate model. Okay, and that's how the old system worked. The problem with that was that if you wanted to introduce a new item, like let's say a larder or these shelves here, for example, you had to create a model that was different for each wood type that's in the game. And this was, at the time, hindering the development of the game. Right? Like, oh, I don't want to add another item because if I have to add another item, I'm going to need 15 models for that item, one of each wood type. And so they spent some time at that time trying to think of how they can redo the whole rendering system to make it so that there would be one model and then it would render the shade of that model. And depending on the wood type, the shade would just be different, but it would only be one model. Okay. So we got that kind of like half baked at the time. And when it came in, all wood types were gone. Like the first iteration of it, there was no shader. It was like it got worked on and then they never got to the shading part and then they added it to the game. And at that point, all wood types looked exactly the same as the rest. And it was like, everybody was like, oh, that just feels like a step back in the wrong direction. But what ended up happening was that before they could finish it, they got a job elsewhere and had to leave the project unfinished. Okay, so now we're stuck. All the players felt it. It was like, why did we switch to a new thing when now it feels like the new thing is worse than the old thing? And the reason was because the developer who was doing the new thing upped and quit before it was finished. So Samuel steps in, and his first big project was to finish it. Okay, so this was finished in the following way. All of the shaders were added. the shading system, the dye system, everything, so that now we can get wood types back on all wood items. You only saw all tree stumps turning birch? Yeah. But not anymore, right? Like all tree stumps aren't just birch now. Anyway, all of the shaders got put back, so we can have wood types and dyes again. Then, like not long after, we got the announcement that we're going to get normal mapping and bump mapping to the game, which is like if you take a look at the cobblestones here, you can almost like it's like a little bit bumpy. Like it feels like there's a 3D sort of like it's like shaded in a way where it looks like the light is reflecting in a way on a that it would on a three-dimensional object. It's the same with the BSB. Like the graininess of the wood almost feels like it's a 3D sort of like graininess. Okay, and all of the items in the game now have this, where things kind of like bump out, and that was all Semul. The water then was adjusted. I don't know if you remember the old way that the water looked, but it was like perfectly flat. The water was perfectly flat and had no, like it might have had like a little bit of texture on it, but the texture looked horrible. It made it look really flat. And he comes in and creates a system for the water that was really well done, at least for Wurm. This was 3 years ago that all the tree stumps turned to birch. I don't think that that happens now. I think tree stumps are like the tree specific. So the modern renderer, so that's all the volumetric light, sorry, the bump mapping, the normal mapping, and all that was added and put into this modern renderer. Volumetric fog, dye on armor, and everything in between. It has all been Semul's hard work to bring it to life. Okay, so that's sort of like Semul, and his major contributions were the renderer and a lot of the way that the visual improvements of Wurm has gone. Like, there's been a ton of visual improvements to Wurm over the years, and many of them have been have been Semul, like the distant trees, volumetric lighting, the new skybox, the all the shaders, all the normal mapping and bump mapping. This was all Semul, and that was like his specialty. His specialty seemed to be the technical, graphical things. And a lot of those were done when he was not project manager. Like a lot of them. Water, light, new UI. Okay, so yeah, the new UI, I would classify that as a separate sort of category. So the first category that I'm referring to are like the 3D visual rendering, right? You can see how like this looks bumpy, the ground. Okay, so like the rendering of the world was his main focus at the time. So we'll burn for a while. What am I looking for? I'm looking for iron. Let's just take some from here. I just need 4. Yeah, Samuel was the game client dev wizard before being product manager. Yeah, totally. Okay, so when he moved into the product manager role, one of the first things that he tackled was the new UI. Okay, and I would classify this as a different sort of beast compared to the rendering of the game, because UI, there's a certain kind of design that has to go into UI design that's kind of different than rendering a 3D world, right? Rendering a 3D world, what you're trying to do is make it look realistic as possible. So there's tricks and things that you can do to make things look more realistic, not as flat. And Samuel was a wizard at that. but I felt like some things were happening at the time when he became product manager. It might have been the real life issues. We don't know exactly what was going on, but my sense was that the amount of effort, the amount of work that went into the UI was minimal compared to the amount of work and effort that was put into the renderer. Okay, the new renderer was leaps and bounds greater than the previous renderer. And it felt like a lot of effort was being put into making it much better than it was before. And then when you take a look at the improvement of the UI, it doesn't feel like you can say the same thing about it. The new UI is definitely not leaps and bounds improved upon the previous UI. In fact, I would basically say that the new UI is essentially equivalent to the old UI in probably 95% of the ways. So it looks a little bit different. The coloring looks a little different. But the way in which I move stuff around, I can resize with these buttons here. I can close and minimize. I can, do this. I can look at different tabs. Okay, all of that was in the old UI. All of it. There's no difference there. The way I interact with the crafting window, the way I interact with the stuff inside inventory, all of that is exactly identical. There's no change. There were some minor changes, so this is where the 5% comes in. Like one minor change was that I can now remove tabs from places. I can do that. That's one small thing that was added. This element here contains the same information as before, but one small change that was added to this was that I have this option here where I can hover to expand it. That's one small change that was added. Another added item was I can search for items inside some inventory spaces. So I can say, like, do I have a needle here? And it'll like search for just stuff that's needles. I'm struggling to think of an additional improvement to the UI. Maybe that was it. I don't know. Like, maybe I can say this window here can now be separated. Was that with the new UI or was that with the combat? It looks different, maybe a little bit, but it's basically the same exact thing functionally. The key binder, I think, didn't that come well before though? Or was that after? Like the thing where I can hold down a key and create a keybind right in the inventory in the windows. I feel like that might have been before the UI update, but it could be wrong. It's the same as Wurm Unlimited except gray, and that when you click settings, it doesn't minimize you out of the game and open the launcher options. Oh, okay, yes. So there were the in-game settings UI that was added. But again, like when you think about added functionality, it's like it didn't really add any functionality. It's just kind of it's done slightly different now. You mean the keybind tab in settings? Oh yes. So like this one, the hotkey. But again, all of this was here in the old system. It was just slightly different, but did the same thing. So like they had to organize this stuff. But aside from that, the UI was essentially the same functionality as before, mostly. So it didn't really change much. So I didn't feel like that had the same kind of impact as, let's say, the update to the new renderer. The new renderer made the game look completely different and so much better. But the new UI kind of added a few things here and there, but essentially was the same as before. It made existing functionality more accessible, exactly. The game and team could use some UX wizards to make things easier to use. Yeah. I think they struggle with that. it's hard with Wurm. The way that it's the design of the game in general makes it's very unique. So it makes it hard to use UX conventions, that other games normally use. So like one convention that is kind of weird in Wurm is that the left click is what you use to free look. Like the main click mouse button is the button I press to free look. That's like no other game has that. It's complete. And anybody who's new to Wurm comes in, and that's like the first thing they notice, and it's such a weird, jarring thing that happens when you're like, "What? I have to use left click to look?" Like, and your brain isn't working, and for first week or so, you're like trying to right click and look, and then you're like, "Oh yeah, it's left click and look." Like your brain just needs to. I remember we suggested that there be an option that switches the mouse keys so that it could be right click to look. But there is a problem with that. They did add a feature to mouse swap, although that feature doesn't work anymore. It's this feature, swap left and right mouse buttons. But if you click that and save it, it doesn't actually swap them anymore. It doesn't do anything. So that feature got disabled at some point. And I think that when it was enabled, when I was able to swap mouse buttons, I tried it because I thought, maybe it'll be better. But I realized right away the reason why it doesn't work. And the reason is because when you're in the menu system, let's suppose I wanted to take this hatchet and bring it out of my bag here, right? Or bring it out of this. What I would do is I would grab it with the left click button and I'd bring it down, right? That just feels natural. In a menu system, it feels natural that grabbing stuff would be the left click button. And it also feels natural that the right click should bring up a menu. So when I'm in a menu system, if I swapped the mouse buttons, that is really jarring. I couldn't get my brain to change to the point where I'm like thinking left click is bringing up this menu and right click is what I use to grab and drag. It was just like I couldn't do it. And because a lot of Wurm is playing in the menus and in the inventory, it wasn't feasible for me as a player to switch the mouse keys. So it should be relatively straightforward to implement the swap based on the context of the cursor position. Yes, let's suppose they did that. The problem there would be in the game world, left click would be the menu, and in the inventory, right click would be the menu, right? Like, so what that'll do is it'll swap the key that you would press based on the context that you're in, depending on if you're in the inventory or in the world, in order to bring up the same thing. And I think that as well would be jarring. So I was like thinking through the process. I'm thinking like, no matter which way you look at it, it doesn't seem like there's a solution for this that would be smooth and conventional to the point where a player, like no matter how you orient it, there's always going to be one thing that a player will feel like it's the opposite of what it should be. Right? And that seems to be the trouble that they might have run into with the swap mouse button. They must have realized that at the same time and were like, oh, this isn't working. And it's like just fundamentally the way the game is designed in the first place is what's causing the problem, right? I know people who couldn't get past the left click look and then they refused to play because of that. Yeah, I know people who did that too. Like it might have not been the thing, but it was every time they went to left, like to look, they'd be like swearing at the screen, like, why, God, I can't stand this. It was just one of the things that they couldn't stand. But yeah, it's like, but if you actually sit down with the problem and you think, oh, well, maybe I'll just try this and that might work. Like I also thought the same thing. Maybe they can swap when I'm in the menu, right click brings up the menu, but when I'm in the world, left click brings up the menu, but then that would be weird, right? Like that would feel bad. Yeah. So it felt like no matter which way you look at it, it's like not perfect. So I can understand that Wurm has these sorts of things in them that make it hard to make the UI better. Okay, let's see here. Sacrifice rains. How hard is it to make a rain? Rain. Oh my gosh. Rains. Hmm. The problem will be imping it, right? So that's my problem. Let me just see here one more time. So it's not the bridle, it's just the rain. That's weird. Like a rein is part of a bridle. Okay. I don't know, Faye, if you're still here. And if you are you planning on playing at all or not? Because if not, I'm gonna hop on to your tune. I'm gonna also put all this stuff away. And I'm gonna make some reins. Let's just put these here. So fruit presses. The tannin. Honestly, I don't think I'm gonna need the tannin for anything else. I'm just gonna pop that together. And I don't know if tannin goes bad. Let's put a, oops, I missed the, I was gonna put this in here. And I'm gonna put the leather away. Into the 20 bin. The leather pieces can go in the thing there. Okay, good. That's that. And the bucket is Xander's. So Xander, you can take the bucket back. Whoops. And do your prey. All right. So doesn't seem like Feyran is still here, so I'm just gonna hop in on his tune. Whoa, the white screen. Now I did make a decent set of leather making gear for Feyran. And it's like speed tools, all with 80 plus Wind of Ages. And I got a decent COC cast on one of the tools there. For the sole purpose of making stuff faster, leatherworking wise. Let's just take some of the 40 leather that I saw there. I'll just take all 4 pieces of leather here. And there's a 60 piece and a 20 piece. Let's put those away. Actually, no, I'll keep the 20 piece. Let's put the 60 piece away. Okay. And I'll use the 20 to make the reins. So tools. Okay, so Feyran like keeps things a little bit weirdly organized. He nests his, so he puts like another category inside of his tools. So inside of the tools, he has a leatherworking category where he puts his leatherworking tools. That's different from how I set things up. Rain. Okay. Let's see. I'm just going to look here at the mission. It's like a lot of rains that need to be. It's like 75. It looks like people are doing it because it went up to 65% complete. So let's just do these 4 rains. And I'll use this leather. It doesn't even look like I'm going to need all that much. These rains are kind of small. Okay, so let's just improve these ones. It also doesn't look like Feyran needs any sleep bonus. He has the 6-hour sleep bonus. And let me look at Xander. Let's just double check. Yeah, Xander's also at 6 hours. And while Feyran is doing that, what I'm going to do is set up Xander for a channel grind because he does have 6 hours and I've been wanting to do something. So my setting up for a channel grind is going to look something like me trying to hit Xander in the head to cause that neck wound. So this is kind of fun. I always kind of like doing this. Now to do this, I'm going to have to get rid of, I don't want Xander to hit back. And I also don't want Griffith to kill Xander. Xander needs to expose his head so that this head wound becomes severe enough. Okay, here we go. Hey, Sinsen. Okay, and before I actually do the hitting, I'm going to queue up another set of actions here. All right. You just caught me in time to spar. Okay, duel. I just want to duel, right? Dueling. No, it's not duel. It's spar, right? Is it spar? Okay. Yeah. So in a spar, it seems like it's designed to hopefully not kill the other person. All right. Okay, actually, again, I'm going to queue up another round. Whoops. Okay, and then I'm going to attack Xander. There we go. And I got to attack him high. And then when I get a hit, I'm going to just unequip my weapon. Domestic cult abuse. Exactly. Okay. Let's get rid of that. Let's queue up another set of actions. These need to get up to 30 quality. And let's see what that did. It's a head wound. So you see a severe fracture at the head, and it's worsening. Okay. Let's cancel that. Cancel. Okay. So I don't want a head wound. I want a neck wound. Huh. What happened here? Trying to debate the order in which I'm going to do things here. So I'm just going to sacrifice 65 favor. That's not a big deal. Looks like a really bad headache there. Yep. And while Xander's doing that, I'm actually going to check in on these. I don't want them to go out. I don't want the... Oh, some of them are already 30. Hold on. Let's just queue up the ones that are not 30. I don't want these to go out because I don't want to have to waste the kindling to light them again. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to, and the music's off, I'm just going to refuel them. Whoops. 17. So since then, look, because of your suggestion, this is how I am now fueling the forges, or the stills. So I have the amphora on my belt, and I just press the keybind for selecting, and the keybind for burning. And so it looks like this now. Whoops, whoops. Don't want to push it. Did I fuel that though? I'll find out at the end. So it's the number 11 if I accidentally hit the button for push. Yeah, so 11 didn't get fueled. Uh-oh. One more didn't get fueled. Which one is it? Okay, well, one of them is going to go out. I might be able to catch it before it does. Can you? I didn't know that. I did not know that. Let's see if that works. So the suggestion from Dezo is that you could use an empty inventory group for the same. I didn't know that. Like, let's say I take these and put them into, let's say, my cooking one. I can take my cooking one and put it here. Oh my gosh. Dezo. You just taught me something I never knew before. Huh. Okay, so an empty inventory group can be used to be put onto your tool belt. I'm going to save that tool belt. Very, very cool. Yeah, worm hacks, exactly. Okay, we're doing a whole bunch of stuff here at the same time. So let's finish up this one. Let's get Griffith back in position. Xander is fully healed from the sacrifice. And we're going to try for another head wound here. Whoops. Okay, I think I can just attack. I think we're still sparring. Yep, aim high. All right. I saw that was a head again. Let's just double check. You see the splinters of crushed bone at the head. The wound is worsening. Yep. Whoops, whoops. I forgot to cancel the fighting. Cancel the fighting, okay. So let's just see what 20 is. 20 is 37. That's gonna be 47, 46. Okay, and then I need just 3 more, I think. 52. Sacrifice that. And this should be all done. Oh no, one more. It's really close. I'm gonna bring and honestly, I don't think Xander needs this. So I'm just going to sacrifice all 4 with Griffith. He's the only one who really needs sleep bonus. And I kind of want to be doing more imping. The only downside is limitation of inventory is 100 items. Yeah, that's for everything, though. The amphora will have only a 100 item limit, too. All right, cool. So that's 3 of the missions. Wah. So that one's going to give me 20 minutes plus 30 that's split between participants. Probably going to be quite a few participants in that one. That'll be another 20 minutes, so that's 40 minutes. And then the last one was, oh no, this one. Where is it? Agronon's gigantic test for thought. Did it finish? No. Why don't I see Micronauts? Oh, here it is. Okay, that one's going to give me 20 minutes. Plus an extra 90. Okay, so all of them are 20-minute ones. Plus a little extra. So that's like an hour. Plus... So that's pretty good. Okay, so I'm gonna put God, three clients. I'm like trying to get to the right one. Okay, I'm gonna put Feyran back to sleep. Okay, and maybe I'll just make more fruit presses. But first, let's get Xander hit in the head. Hi. I want it to be a neck wound. What? 2 misses. Come on, he has no armor on. I also don't know why I don't have sound. Okay, there we go. We got it. So now it says down here, you see splinters of crushed bone at the neck. And it's a 46 damage wound. It's worsening. Okay, good. That's exactly what we wanted. Let me just see what happened. Okay, what's happening here? I see. We haven't had Wurm sound at all this whole time. And that was because of the mix-up at the beginning. That's what happened. So it's just using the NVIDIA broadcast to bring in the sound, but that's not where the sound is. So Wurm is really weird when it comes to where the sound. Like if let's say I switch my sound where the sound's coming in mid game, it like doesn't know how to handle that situation. Oh, and before it starts getting worsening, I should double check I have healing covers. I have one healing cover. I'm just gonna make a healing cover while we wait for this to worsen, or a couple healing covers anyway. I want it to be a 3 potency healing cover. So I is 2, or sorry, I is 3. Wait, is I 2 or is I 3? Let's consult the book. Healing cover. And I is 3. Okay, so I need well, let's take some barley. I have so much barley. Although wait, hold on. Barley's kind of heavy. What in this is light? Nothing. Everything's going to be 0.3. No, garlic. Garlic will be smaller, right? What is garlic? Yeah, garlic is smaller. Okay. Because I'm going to be carrying some of these around with me, I'm sure. And I want them to be light. And I have a keybind for this, I think. Yep. All right. So you're going to make some healing covers. And I'm going to get Griffith back onto... I'm going to make some more fruit presses to finish up that event, that mission. Let's see. How many more do we need? Now, this is something that I'm kind of like... don't understand. So you see this mission, this progress here? Oh, the text is really small, but I don't think I can increase the text. Let me just double check. Can I increase the text here? If I increase the text scale, it doesn't increase that window there, right? Isn't that weird? I'd actually have to increase the UI scale. Boy. No, I can't deal with it. But anyway, just while this is there, you can see this progress is 72.46, right? Or 428. So let's suppose I want to figure out how many more do we need to create? 28 fruit presses, 72.42% done. But watch what happens when I do this calculation. What is 72.42858%? So I'm going to multiply this of 28. Like that gives me that. What that's basically saying is that 20.28 fruit presses have been completed, but that's impossible because you can only complete them in whole number, right? You can only complete 20 or 21, but not a bit of a fruit press. So I found out something about this is that you know how when the mission begins, it says when like there's no progress done on it, it still says 1% here. So what I figured out is that if I subtract 1% from this, so instead of it being 72, I go 71.42858, and I multiply that by 28, right? That gives me a more accurate. So for some reason, the progress percentage is 1% higher than it actually is. And I think it has to do with the fact that it starts at 1%. Isn't that weird? Like, couldn't they just easily subtract 1 from this number and it should make everything better? But so 20 have been created. 28 need to be created. So let's start creating some. Oh, and the UI. I need to get rid of this UI. Bring it back down. Okay. Let's suppose I want to create 8 of them, and they each take 4 planks, but I'm gonna do 3 linden with 1 oak for each one. So I need to make 8. Okay, so that's the planks I need. And then I need 8 shafts. And I'm going to put the 8 shafts in with 8 of these. And we'll create some fruit presses. All right. Let's see how these healing covers are going. Good. Okay. So now we're back to things happening. So I think now is the perfect time to get back to the news. Because as I said, we did get a lot of news, and so far we've only talked about Samuel's stepping down news and Samuel's sort of like history with the game. Before I get started on that, I need some food there for channel grinding. So the second piece of news that we got was something else. Like it was Keenan's post that followed up on development news. So let's take a peek at that. It was this one here. Oh, there was another thing, another small thing that's worthwhile mentioning, was that they released the map dumps. The original Northern Isle maps. I think we showed this on the last stream. So this was done. So that was another piece of news that we got. Not a big deal because we don't see the progress that we've made on the maps. We just see the original ones. But what was nice about that was that the community maps can now be updated with the actual map dumps, which is really cool. Okay, but then we got this one, development update. And I actually really like the distinction between development update versus Valorant International. And it would be really nice if we kept up with this, that there'd be a development update and a Valorant International that kind of like goes hand in hand with each other. That would be awesome. Let's read this together. It says, "Hello all. As per Samuel's post, I'll be stepping up as product manager for Wurm Online. Thank you for all the hard work you've done, Samuel. Working with you has been a pleasure, and I wish you all the best. I do hope you're able to bring some of your amazing skills back to us in the future." So that's awesome. That Samuel may very well be back once everything gets settled down, and I think he's still technically on the dev team, and so that's really cool. I'd like to start by saying that I'm working on an updated roadmap. Amazing, because that's something that we got a roadmap like a year ago or so, and I think it's about time that we get a new one based on what has gone on up to this point and what is going to be, said, where we're going to be moving towards. What about updates more often so we have no reason to entertain Darnak's post? Well, definitely feels like there's going to be more updates more often now. Keenan apparently shook a whole bunch of stuff up the moment he moved into this role. And so I think we're going to start seeing things moving forward from here. So the first thing he says after that is, it's basically saying that the roadmap is something that he's working on right now, and that's going to come in the future. Okay, a little bit more time before it's ready to ensure accuracy. Okay, what I can say right now is that we're shifting priorities a little. The exploration update is still on the radar, but will be pushed back to allow more time to finish and test it. So this is awesome. Like I think this is the right decision, especially if the exploration update is not in a state that is complete, right? Like the development cycle should look something like this, where you implement something, like you design, you implement something, then it gets tested, and then it gets adjusted, and then we see it come to life. Okay, so before the testing, it kind of has to be complete. And then there needs to be testing, and then it needs to be revamped to adjust for what the testing was saying, and that process is not a short one. From my understanding, currently it's not complete, right? Like it hasn't even gotten to that point where we're like, all of the stuff is in yet. And so if they were going to try to stick with their timeline from before, which was that the exploration update was coming this autumn, if it's not ready right now, I don't think autumn is the right time frame. So we might be seeing this exploration update coming sometime at the beginning of the new year. That's what I'm estimating, or maybe Christmas time. I don't know. We'll see. It could even be later than that. Who knows? But it's better that it gets pushed back to be fleshed out. Keenan will put his touch on it, I'm sure, and probably get things going starting now, which definitely means that it's not going to be ready for a while. Okay, but that's okay. I think everybody should be okay with that, because if it does eventually come in and it is a great update, it will be well worth the wait. Okay. And it even says to allow more time to finish and test it. Okay, in the meantime, we'll be focusing on smaller suggestions as well as some surprises for Halloween, all coming later this month. There is other content brewing as well, but I'll leave that for teasing later. And we did, in fact, get some teasing. But I'm actually really, really, really excited for this Halloween event. It's like one of my favorite events that Wurm has done over the years. And I'm really, really looking forward to that event. It's going to come along with a Impalong, which is just awesome. Let's just make sure Xander's not dying here. I did see the tick go up. I want it to go a couple more times. Okay, what I can say right... Oh, wait, sorry. And okay, so Drogos, you're saying you've gotten your hopes up for more intel from the team. Me too. Me too, totally. I'm loving these updates. I like eat these things up and always wait for the next one. What's a Darnak? If you don't know, it's probably better that way. Some stuff needs dev testing, some stuff needs community test server, and some stuff can just be tested on live, all depending on what the thing is. Totally. And I feel like they understand, like they know that. Apparently, though, from what I understand, in order for dev testing to happen, it has to go on the test server. There isn't a place where the devs can test stuff without the community having access to it. So knowing that, if you take a peek at the test server now, what you're going to see is a bunch of stuff that's coming to the game, and it's already on the test server. They just haven't announced exactly that it is on the test server to look at, but you can actually go and make the things that are coming soon, currently. Map dumps will be coming around the new year, as per our normal schedule, but they'll include Northern Freedom Isles. Awesome. Defiance will have a map dump that's delayed somewhat, with the actual delay still being determined, so this is to protect fledgling villages that are still working on defenses. That makes sense. So I'm happy to know that we're going to be getting those very soon, coming around the new year. Finally, as a thank you for all being patient with us, we will be running a 30% skill gain and affinity bonus weekend at the end of this month. This is like adding to this Halloween. Like this Halloween is going to be an awesome event. Like there's going to be a 30% skill gain and affinity bonus. That's like everybody save up your skill gain. And what we should do as a community is time the right spells. Like if there's a right spell that's coming soon, what we should do is time it for just before, or maybe sometime in the middle of this week. Give people time to burn their sleep bonus at the beginning, and then time like a right spell somewhere a couple days in or a few days in. That'd be awesome, and we can make full use of this 30% skill gain, and of course affinity bonus. That's just like awesome. It is in fact even overlapping with the Impelong, so that's really awesome, and it's gonna last a whole week. Just great. So this is really like making me feel really hopeful for the future of Wurm. It does feel like things are moving now in terms of stuff going on. Are you sure it ends on the 25th? I don't believe that's true. However, you might be talking about the one on the Southern Freedom Isles. So I do apologize. I should correct myself. It overlaps with the Northern Freedom Isles Impelong, which is this one right here, which begins on October 24th and ends on the 30th. I agree. I don't think it overlaps on the old server Impelong. But of course, I think the old server Impelong and the new server Impelong don't overlap either. So it's not like, oh, they overlap a couple days. So it's hard. I can see the issue, right? The Wurm dev team wanted it to be over Halloween, whereas the Halloween Impelong on the Southern Freedom Isles did not overlap with Halloween for some reason. So, Perigi, I have a feeling it wasn't really directed at that. I think that the dev team are sort of scheduling the Halloween event. So it's going to come in with the Halloween event where all the textures turn to Halloween themes, and we're going to have the hunting for the mobs that drop the special Halloween costumes and stuff. I don't think the devs have control over when the Impelongs are scheduled. So it is unfortunate that the Halloween Impelong on the old servers was scheduled for not Halloween, and thus it won't overlap with the Halloween event that Wurm puts on. But I don't fault the dev team for that. But skill gain during Impelongs is a bit meh anyway. That is so true, right? It's true. Because at the Impelong, you're only imping to 70, and if your skill is 90, then you're not really going to get much skill gain for imping up to 70. Most of the skills happen after the 70 mark. And people are asking for shop discounts for Black Friday, which seems to be a major surprise from the Wurm dev team, Wurm leadership. Are you sure it's been a surprise? What tells you that you think that the devs or the team is surprised by that? And you can confirm that the devs don't have control over it. Yeah, they can give suggestions to people hosting them, though, if they want to. Yeah, it's true. I mean, it might be that the person hosting it could look at those dates and go, oh, maybe if I adjust the dates. But it also could be that I think it's Vooch who planned it, is he's not able to move it, the Halloween event to Halloween. So, hey, Gaffer, what's going on? Welcome on in. Yeah, so we're just finishing up talking about the updates that we've been getting. This one here, the development update. I mean, this came with a lot of stuff. Oh, look. So coffee and tea and nice utensils are really a thing soon, Jazz says. And Keenan says, oh, that's hilarious. Scream Worm edition. Yeah. Um, yeah, totally. So I'm super, super, super excited about all this stuff. Then we got a post in a place that is super, super strange that it got posted in this spot. I haven't seen a post posted in this graphics work in progress forever. Let's look at when the last time something was posted here. February 12th, 2015. May 25th. Oh, 2020. Okay, so somebody bumped this post on May 25th, 2021, but the one before that was 2016. And then we get a post in this subforum titled "The Best Part of Waking Up," and it's Demona doing a little tease image. And what they're teasing are a couple pots filled with plants that I can only assume are a black tea and a coffee plant, because there's coffee and teapots, and there's like this thing looks like for cappuccino maker or something. Some tea cups and a coffee cup, a muffin. That looks like coffee grounds. That looks like coffee beans. Any ideas what that might be? Cranberries, maybe? What do you think, guys? What is that? What are those red things? I'm going to assume that those are new coffee cherries. Oh, right. That makes sense. Coffee berries. That makes sense. And Gaffer, you think you made those planters? Yeah, I remember you were going on the test server to make some stuff. Okay, and that's what you're thinking too, since then. Caring about it overlapping makes absolutely no sense to me, and getting salty over it's not over. Yeah, I know exactly. Yeah, I feel like we're all gonna get the 30% bonus. We're all gonna get implongs. I think, yeah, we don't need to get salty over it not overlapping. So yeah, I'm really. This is like, now this stuff has been on the test server for some time. We did have a player make note of this in a forum post a while back. So that's, I think, how Gaffer found out about it and went on to the test server to test it. You imagine large planters for coffee. I feel like that I can see that. I can see like maybe making. It looks like they went with the gardening for the coffee and tea. I could have seen them go either way, like make it a farmable item instead of a gardening item, but I'm okay with it being a gardening item. So Tuxie, you remember a sleep bonus event overlapping with Implong before, and I hated it because I was torn between grinding stuff at home and going to visit the Implong, so I was personally rather they did not overlap. Yeah, I agree with that. Oh wait, that isn't where you were working. Yeah, it's very possible that Demona just went on. Demona would have the ability to just pop them in, like she wouldn't have to create them. She'll have different abilities on the test server than a regular player would, so she might have just, oriented this. You mean skill gain bonus event did not sleep bonus event? I see. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I think that made, yeah. I think we all understood, and you agree with Tuxie. I will not go to Implong if the game event for grinding at home bonus. Yeah. I mean, it's one of these things where I'll probably do both. There is going to be an overlap, and I'll probably go to the Implong during the overlap. I'll try to make as best use of it as I can, but you're right. Imping for skill gain, like what that looks like for me is I'm imping these medium fishing reels for fine carpentry bonus. Like I'm not imping for items for real, you know? And these things are just throwaway items, really. Well, you can put sleep bonus on top of it. You can. You can. It is nicer though to skill grind for gains at home where you know where you're not feeling obligated at the same time to like participate in events, and also just imping to 70 is not really good skill gain in a lot of circumstances. Um, so yeah, so that's making me feel really hopeful. Did I get another tick yet? Oh, I don't like such a small tick, that one. Okay, let's see. I think I brought in some stuff in here. Maybe I didn't. Okay. Whoops. Let's go back over here and let's grab some basil. I'm gonna grab 40 basil. And because I kind of been blabbing a little bit, I'm gonna just fill myself up with food and bars and water. Actually, the water's fine because I'm gonna just refresh, I think. Yeah, I have a refresh. And I'm going to use the basil to cast Opulence. One of these is relatively empty. So all 40 should be able to fit. What did I do? There we go. Okay. And this doesn't need to be so big. And let's get started on Opulence. So do I have a keybind for Opulence? No. I'm going to make it my semicolon button. And I'm just going to do it to the top here. Oh, and one more thing I forgot is sleep bonus should be turned on. All right, now we can get back to this. So I got my 8 fruit presses. I need sprouts, I need nails. And it's 2 sprout seeds, so I gotta remember that. And it's small nails, so 8 small nails. And I'm walking really slowly. Why? I have 4 kilograms I need to shed. What can I shed here? Water? That'll be 1 kilogram. Not much else. I don't need this press. I'm gonna put my low quality. I don't need this hammer. Am I walking now? Good. I don't need to. I just don't want to go back. I don't want to come back here. So technically I do need to if I want to move over to here and complete making the fruit presses. It's just that all my sprouts are over here. Okay. Which one do I have the most of? It looks like the olive is still the most. And I need 16 of these. All right. There we go. And let's put some sprouts in. Now, let's watch this because I'm really curious about these sprouts here, because watch what happens when 2 sprouts get entered in. Like, that one got entered in, right? But it didn't lower it. Like, this is weird, right? Like, I can probably just keep hitting continue until all the sprouts are in all 8. Oh, look, you see how it goes in and it removes 1 fruit press from the stack. Like, that's not usually the way this works. Although, Yeah, but you see how like I had 8 in there, and you're right. Like the fruit presses that are getting the sprout in successfully are getting added weight. But what's weird is that when a sprout successfully goes in, it removes the item from this list, which allows the next sprout to go into the next item in the list. Oh, yeah, you're so right, Dezo. That is so right. It's doing it because putting the fruit press in is changing the wood type. That is absolutely the reason. Interesting. Okay. I'm curious to know how many of these I'm going to need to... Those 4. Let's say 6. 6 seems good. Now, if I had a wish here would be that what I'd like to see is a system where if, let's say, the item that I'm inputting gets completed. So let's say I'm putting in small nails, right? And I have a stack of 8 fruit presses that need small nails. What I'd like to see is that when a nail successfully goes in so that it removes small nails from being needed, that will remove the fruit press from the queue. Okay, so in the event that you complete one of the items, it removes it. I wish for that. Because as it is, if I put, and I'll show you what happens with the, you can work around that with keybinds. Which keybinds though? Keybind 1 to activate, another key to continue. Oh yeah. So like doing it in the menu. I totally know. I totally know how I can do it in here, right? So I can activate and then continue. Have a continue button. Yeah. Yeah. And you don't even need to do that in the console anymore, right? Because you can just right click over here and I can hold a button down to continue. To make a keybind. Like I could make keybinds like / for example, and then really you have to? Oh, okay, activate, you're right. I mean activate, you can do it here. You can search in the all keybinds and type in activate. And it's right here at the bottom. Activate. So my keybind for activate is V right now. But you're right. You'll need to do something there. Okay, so I'm putting in from the 50 quality bin, which is underneath here probably. I'm going to put 6 more. All right, that last one. Okay, that's interesting. So the last one switched wood, but it didn't get removed from the crafting window. And was that all of them? Yeah, that's strange. All of them went in somehow. I don't know. That's weird. Okay, but now when I do this with this, it's not going to work, right? The first one's going to go in, and then it's going to say it doesn't need a small nail, right? Like I'm going to click this. This item will not benefit from some small nails. So in order to do this properly, what I'm going to do is only put one in at a time, put the nail. So this is what I've been doing. So the keybind I'm using is to add to the crafting window. Like I'm this one, Shift B. So one goes in and I just add the next one to the crafting window. And there goes my music again. Oh, hey Frog Town Hero. No, I'm not trying to do either of those two things. What I'm trying to do is contribute to the missions. So the mission I'm working on right now is this one, Magronon's Gigantic Test for Thought, which asks us to create 28 fruit presses. And the purpose of doing these is so that you can get some sleep bonus from completing, some karma as well, but mostly sleep bonus. So my sleep bonus bar is, I could have spent today just imping and then I'd have 0 sleep bonus. But instead I'm going to spend some time getting some sleep bonus so I can imp longer. Where am I here? Looking at the weights, it's this one. So yeah. But I'm on the northern servers, Dezo, so I don't have access to that rate of spring, unfortunately. Oh, and Frogtown Hero, you didn't know missions were a thing. Yeah, it's if you want to see them, I don't think they're up by default, but if you go into the tools and go into the more, you'll get this HUD settings, and this has tons of stuff that isn't on by default, or you can turn some stuff off that you don't want there. Like for example, I get rid of the select bar, but there's the mission progress button that you can, this one, put on your screen, and then every time you hover over it, you can see what missions are up. You can click on that to bring up this to get more detail about what the rewards will be. It's a little bit of a mess of a UI element, but it does give you the information you might need if you can learn how to read it. But so the mission is to create fruit presses. So I'm just creating some fruit presses. I've done enough. I've made it enough that I'm going to be able to complete that mission. I might switch over to finishing off the belted vest after this one too. Let's see how this is going. Channeling. Oh yeah, look at that. We've only done a couple rounds and we already got 0.02 skill here, so that's really good. Before I forget, yeah, okay, it's at the point where I kind of want to heal it now. So let's pause this for a second. Let's treat the wound. I don't want it to get too far. Now the missions were a thing that used to be tied to the Epic server. And there was a sort of like this game that the gods would play with each other. And the game would happen in the background. You can go to a website to see how the game is progressing, but it happens sort of like automatically. Did that work? No, it did not. And the game that the gods were playing with each other, like it was kind of like a no player game, like a 0 player game. And so they were playing, and the outcome of certain events in that game would influence what happens on the Epic servers. Okay, so this would be the cause of certain, like there would be natural disasters that would happen on Epic where the ground would get destroyed or something would happen anyway. And those were all influenced by this game that was being played. And then the players could influence how the game was being played by completing these missions. So there was like sort of like this interaction that the players had with the gods through this mission system. I thought that was kind of neat how that worked. At some point, they brought the missions to Freedom, and I wasn't sure whether the missions that I completed on Freedom affected the game that the gods were playing on Epic, but I had the sense that it didn't. But that they added this mission system just because it was an extra thing to do, and it was already coded into the game, and all the Freedom PvE players kind of benefited from the fact that they added it. And it's been in the game ever since I've been playing, I think. Did I fail again? What is happening here? I'm going to run out of healing covers. So now the way that the mission system works is that you complete a mission, and when you complete it, everybody who participated in its completion get a reward. That reward comes in the form of more sleep bonus and some karma. And everybody should be trying to get karma, I think. Whew, okay, it worked. Is it stable? It is stable. All right, good. So we can get back to casting on these. I need to... Whoops. No, I don't want to cast Circle of Cunning. I want to cast Opulence. What is happening here? There we go. Okay, so that's done. Where am I? Last one. Needing a nail, and then I can move on to the planks. So during sermons, we still get visions of what's going on between the gods. So I think that's still active to some extent. Oh, okay. Interesting. There is a UI element somewhere. Here, it's this one, the Valray map. There it is. Although look how small it is. And it comes along with this. Okay, so here's the game. I've never understood this game. Oh, I can't make that bigger. But what I might need to do is make the UI element bigger to see this. Okay. Of course, the game looks ridiculously large, but now we can see it. But look at this. I can't resize it. Oh, boy. Right. And this is the updated UI, guys. This is like all new stuff. But you can't resize it, so all the words overlap when you make it big enough to read it. So this is the game. This is the Valray game that's happening. So Venora's on this one. You can see the stats that Venora has and the collectibles that they've gotten and some source tokens. I have no idea what's going on here. There seems to be a no-gump just to the northeast of Venora. Again, these gods, Magrodon's over here, move around the map somehow, collecting things and fighting with each other and fighting with the no-gumps and I don't even know what's going on here. I really have no idea. And things happen, events happen, progress is made somehow. I honestly have no idea how it works. I never played on Epic, so none of that stuff really affected me any. Right, this is what it felt like to watch my uncles play board games. Exactly. It's like old school board games on hex grids. Whoops, I just want 2 of these. I don't want to finish it. Linden. Right. So I think everybody should participate in the missions. Like when you have a situation where you want some more sleep bonus. And this is going to help because sometimes the missions are really hard. Like the sacrifice 75 decent rains. Well, in order for that to happen, you need to improve a rain to 30. And to do that, you need to have leatherworking skills. So some people have leatherworking skills, some people don't. But if you do, then it might be something that you want to contribute to help progress it, because otherwise it's resting on just a few people's shoulders. Sometimes missions don't get completed, and in that situation, everybody who contributed towards it will not get anything. Okay, wait. Maybe this will do it with the lindenwood. Okay, let me just see. Oh no, I don't want to risk this actually. But let's see what happens. I'm curious to know because this putting the lindenwood is going to change the wood type of this unfinished fruit press. So I want to see whether it. No, I failed. I want to see what happens here in this situation. Yeah, it switched it, and it removed it from the list. So when I put this one in, is it going to put it into this one? Which one is it going to put it into? The top one? And then this one only still needs 2, right? Okay, so now I feel like I can do this and feel safe that it's not going to pop in 6 or try to put in more than 1 into that. Let's see what happens. So this one goes to the bottom. The next one queues up, and it's inputting it into the one that needs 3, right? I'm just going to double check that because... Yeah. Okay, oh no, it failed. Did that fail? No, it says I attached. Okay, I gotta stop. Okay, so let's just double check. Where did it go? Right. See, it went into this one. Okay, so that's not working as intended. This feels buggy, right? Because this one is no longer in this list, yet it put it into that one and did not put it into the top one. Okay, so I'm just gonna try to play it safe here. And by safe, I have to really keep an eye on this before I go back to Xander. Because I don't want to accidentally make a lindenwood fruit press. Okay, so I need these to be down to 1. I just want them to need only 1. That one needs 2. Okay. You're queuing up all 5 into a single press. Oh, even if it gets removed from the list. That makes sense, yeah. Okay, and then the 1 journal entry goal, help with X missions, will go up once you contribute no matter what the outcome. Okay, interesting. Yeah, so yeah, since then I was trying to be careful there. I think that I'm just going to play it safe here by just putting 2 in at once. All right, let's sacrifice some more. I kind of want to keep it at 5 because when I get to the if there's only 1 left, I can try to insert it 5 times in case of failure. And the way I'll control it is I'll only put 2 in at a time. Yeah. That one only needs 1. Why? No, that one needs 3. Okay. I'm like, why? It's like the weight is different. It doesn't make sense. And this one will need 1 more plank. Okay, and then this, almost forgot about Xander there for a second. Okay, and then this one needs 1. Right, and so like by having it queue up 5 in this situation, it'll try to put it in 5 times, and if it fails, it'll just try again. Okay, now I can just put all 7 and all 7 planks. This should work. Okay. Whoops. Let's start casting. And already almost 0.05. Like, this is... It's kind of amazing how much skill gain you get for doing this. And it seems a little bit wrong to me that this is the way to do it. Like, I really feel like what I'm doing here doesn't make sense that I'm doing it. We got a mission on Cadence to sacrifice 525 decent small amphoras. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. Right. Like, let's suppose that each person makes 25, which already on its own is like a lot. Amphoras are not easy to make, even if you have decent skill. And then to imp them to 30 is like not straight, like it's not easy. Right. Exactly. Um, I almost feel like the number should scale based on some kind of like representation of the number of people who are playing on the server, right? Like 525 seems like a lot. Like, what percentage of people have above 30 pottery skill? Now, Griffith does have pottery skill. He has like 70, so he can contribute there. But then I'm thinking like 525. Like, just imagine digging the clay required to make 525 amphoras, small ones. I think it's fifth. The small amphora 6 kilograms of clay. It might be 6. So that's 3 clay per amphora. So you're digging 1,575 clay first. Yeah, assuming no fail. So you're gonna start. Let's start by digging 1,500 some odd clay. Probably 16 or 17. You're gonna need enough to imp as well, and because they're 6 kilograms, it takes a lot of clay to imp. And once you make all 525 of them, they're all sitting at 10 or so quality. And now you're imping 525 all the way up to 30, which isn't far, but it might take, a few minutes each one. A few minutes each one times 525. We're talking, how many hours is that? Let's just say let's say you already have the clay, and let's say you already made them all, and let's say you're just on the imping stage, and it takes 2 minutes. This is being generous. 2 minutes each one, at 525 of them, and then divide that by 60. It'll take you 17 and a half hours. Right. So we're talking about 17 and a half man hours here. So even if you had 17 people doing this, it would take them each 1 hour or so just to do the imping. Yeah, that seems a little bit much. Like, maybe that might be appropriate on a server where there's hundreds of people who have pottery skill. So yeah, I completely agree. I feel like they should scale based on sort of the server should know how many people are kind of here, you know? And I would say that some of these numbers are actually kind of small. I would say like the 75 decent reigns, I think, is appropriate. And you can see by the fact that it's already 70% done that it's moving in the right direction. And it will be completed, I have no doubt of that. And then 28 fruit presses. A single person can make 28 fruit presses. That's reasonable. I mean, I'm sitting here. I made 3 earlier, and I'm making 8 more, so that's 11 just now. And this should finish it off.
What does it do? Does it like knock over that thing?
Ka-ching! And got a little bit of sleep bonus. Nice. Magrodon is pleased, and we get the Magrodon followers now have the attention of the mountain spirit. So if you've ever wondered what that text meant, that text means that a mission was completed on your server, and a new mission is now up. So let's take a look. What is Magrodon now asking for? Agrodon needs you to slay the traitor goblin seen fleeing from Valray to these lands. It was last spotted within 5 map squares of L24. Which is somewhere on the exact opposite side of the server. So if you live over here on the east side of Melody, somewhere in this region, keep your eye out for the goblin trader. All you need to do is kill him, and you will get, let's see, 15 minutes of sleep bonus, 2,000 karma, plus 120 minutes extra sleep bonus. What? What? That's 2 hours of sleep bonus. Oh, up to a maximum of 30. So it looks like you can bring up to 4 friends with you, and each of you will get 45 minutes of sleep bonus. Yeah, Hayden. Yeah, you'll get 15 plus 30, right? Like you'll get 45 minutes of sleep bonus and 2,000 karma. That's not a small amount of karma. That's a good amount. And if you're trying to collect enough karma so that you can use the, summon your corpse or teleport home ability, that's worth it, I'd say. But the problem is, for me, it's on the exact opposite side of the server, and as Nin says, you only have to be exploring through Broccoli Hills to find him, which is one of the most difficult traversable terrains there are in the game. Yeah. All right, so let's do some more black belted vests. So let's calculate how many we need. So 15 in total. It's 54.33% done. Right? And as we said before, that number is actually 1% higher than it should be. So it should be 53.33% done. Actually, let's get the exact value. 333336. Okay, that's good enough. Times 15. So it's exactly 8 is complete. And so we need only 7 more. Lurker in the Dark Pendulum helps. Does it? What does Lurker in the Dark do? Lurker in the Dark. Locate nearby enemies can be also used to find mission traders. Oh, right there. Oh. Interesting. What? Which pendulum do I have? I have Lurker in the Woods. So that's the one to get champion mobs. So Lurker in the Dark will help with the mission traders. Interesting. I did not know that. Okay, so Lurker in the Dark. If anybody is interested in 2,000 karma and are looking for an adventure through Broccoli Hills, L24 though is like right on the coast, so you almost could just like bring your boat over to this side here. Or make it through this desert or steppe or whatever it is. Yeah, that's interesting. Okay. Let's put the fruit presses away. Only 4 fit. Okay. Interesting. Let's put them in a backpack. How come I don't see a backpack here? Okay. Maybe in this one. Let's put them here. They don't fit there. Okay. The second backpack. What? That backpack has too many things in it. I don't know if you guys can hear that, but that's my son over there. Not sure what's going on, but sounds like something really bad. It could be south of it too, which wouldn't be too bad. Yeah. By the way, create a Cerro Pendant if you want your priest to gain channeling without wound. Only plate gauntlet. Yeah. This seems better though to me. I don't know.
I touched the spider.
Why it seems better is because
I didn't know. I like made it out and then I died. Like I was like at the.
it's only
I was
10
glitched.
favor per cast.
I'm gonna do that again.
As opposed to Lurker would be 30 favor per cast. You heard he found a C4 before. I think I don't understand that comment. What do you mean by C4? Like C4, the explosive C4? Okay, wait. What am I doing here? I'm trying to get. Oh, my son. Oh, okay, yeah. Just peeking over, it looks like he's playing a video game with his friends. Okay. So I think based on what I saw last time, I'll only need one of these. I'm going to make some belts. Now, if any of you are interested in participating in this event, if you have tailoring enough to make these black belted vests, let me know, and I won't make all 7, but otherwise I'll make all 7. Okay, lots of favor there, but the burn 10k favor anyway. Yeah, Xander's got that. Xander did get benediction, so he doesn't need any more. It's actually really easy to burn 10k favor. It's like super, super easy. That one was one of the first things I got. One of the last ones I got was, wait, where is it? Journal entries down here. The last one that I got, the one that took the longest, was the hold 100 sermons for me. And the reason was, for the longest time, I actually didn't realize that it didn't have to be a faith reset sermon. That you can do a sermon with one listener. You won't get a faith reset, but it'll count towards doing a sermon. Once I realized that, then the sermons were coming in. So all I needed to do was have Griffith in local or in the area, and then do a sermon, and I would get credit for that. The 70 prayer, actually, once they made the changes to it, went rather quickly, surprisingly. I mean, not instantaneously, but it felt like doable, you know. Oops, I only want 2 here. Oh, yeah. Let me think. What else was really hard to get? Everything else was actually pretty fine, like I have to say. Sacrificing a champion creature, so that's why I have this. That is why I have this pendulum. Was particularly to go hunt for a champion creature, and I did that on stream. The 95 power spell just comes. If you're doing the priest thing, that just comes. That'll even come if you're doing opulence, you know, just casting opulence here. And that's a super easy spell to get 95. Did you get gems before or after you get 70 prayer? Like the receive 100 gems? Probably before. Yeah, it was probably before. Yeah. I was praying quite a bit before they made the prayer change. At the time, I wasn't hopeful that I was gonna get to 70 prayer because they hadn't announced that change yet. But I was praying for gems, right? Like I would sit there and just pray, particularly so I can collect gems for the vessel grind, which is my preferred alternative method to this, right? If I wasn't leveling this way, my preferred method for getting my channeling up is vessel. And the reason is because it doesn't use any favor. I won't have to sacrifice any favor whatsoever. And it will make my channeling go up pretty decently well. So that would be my preferred way. I know a lot of people have a preferred way of just casting, like people would do dirt for on a foe or the pendulum casting or whatever it is. Like people like to do it that way. I prefer not because I value my favor. If I'm going to spend time making favor, I want that favor to turn into casts. I want that favor to turn into casts, not get wasted into channeling. Okay, so that's the belts. The tannin. Oh, right, the tannin. Yeah, smart grime. Yeah. So you get a whole bunch of gems. I know the gems are valuable. I suppose I could sell the gems for money, and that's like value there. But I find it hard to sell gems, really. I find that a hard thing to find a buyer for a lot of gems. You get the 100 gems long before 70 prayer, unless you did 70 prayer on Epic. Yeah. Did you get the gem? Yeah. How did I grind? So channeling, if you're asking how did I grind channeling, it would be before I did this, I was using vessel to vessel gems. So I have a bunch of gems in here that I could spend time doing it on it. The problem is that vessel's a high difficulty, and with the wound that I gave myself, I will not be successful at casting vessel. So I can't demonstrate it, unfortunately, right now. But what you would do is you'd take a gem. Let's say you take this gem. You would bleed all your favor, so you have 0 favor. Okay, and then the moment it hits 7.5 favor, you start casting vessel. And then if it's successful, it'll fill the gem with some favor. And then you move on to the next gem. So you just go down the line. Okay, once you finish casting vessel, your favor gets put into the gem. It goes back down to 0. You wait till it refreshes to 7.5, which is 1 tick or 2 ticks at most. So you wait a couple, just tick, tick, and then you cast vessel again on the next one, and you just keep doing that over and over again. Supreme Pete, I know. Which I kind of should put in here, I think, because it looks like it took damage. The reason why I put it in here, though, is because I thought Pete didn't take damage. That reminds me, I think I have a rare Pete, a couple rare Petes. Yeah, oh, they took damage as well. I didn't think they took damage. Oh, and it won't fit in the chest. You know what? I might just use them to sacrifice for refresh. Okay, what was I doing over here? Okay, so I'm trying to get the tannin. Right, I spoiled the quality, but that should be okay. Okay, what else do I need? I need water. I'll just grab that water, and then I need square pieces of cloth. And let's start just making the shirts. Yeah, vessel. That's the way to not to spend favor, exactly. And you get the same, about the same amount of skill gain per time invested as casting, let's say, lurker or whatever else. It's just no favor spent. Now, granted, it is gems spent, right? So, like, if you think about those gems as I could sell them instead and make money, then it does feel a little bit like this. It's just, I honestly never found it easy to sell gems. I don't know how you guys feel about that. Like, if you get a bunch of gems and you're like, okay, I got 30 silver worth of gems, can you find a person to spend 30 silver or even maybe give them a discount of 25 silver or whatever? Can you find somebody easily to buy them? On top of that, it usually requires delivery because
He's my favorite super. He's so awesome.
sending 100 gems through the mail would cost
Thanks you.
a little bit extra. Okay, what am I doing here? It's like this and water, right?
I usually like to get jetpack, get the death ray,
And it's only 25% chance. Like that's this is a difficult item to make. So this is partially why a lot of people aren't participating in this. It's like you need. I have 50. What's my tailoring? 51. And it's 25% chance. So if you have, let's say, 10 or 20 cloth tailoring, this is like a no-go. You'll need a decent amount of cloth tailoring for this to be even a thing that you try. Let's do another sacrifice, and then I'll just queue up casting here. Right, and 5 attempts. Oh, I got 2. Okay, good. Oh boy, listen to this music. Mm-hmm.
But it's flashing. I know dinosaur is weird like that. Because if it's closed and you're in it, then it still flashes.
All right. I'm just gonna peek over at the stills. Yep, they're still going. Don't sack on Xander. You got a wound. Yeah, but you can sack as long as it's less than 50 favor. So right at the beginning, I tested out that 6 of these ropes gives 47 favor. So like I'll show like just after this casting, I'll just I can sacrifice, and what that'll do is put a bunch into the oversack. But as long as it's less than 50 favor, he doesn't get healed. Yeah. Oh, the comment was at the time that you were talking about sacking the rare Supreme Pete. I honestly don't think the get price.
I forgot about lasers.
What is the get price of Supreme Pete? Right, I won't get any favor. And then I also feel like, does it? Sacrificing rares heals a wound? Oh, I did not know that. Okay, so that's not good. Besides, I just used my refresh, so oh no, I didn't use my refresh. What the who? I was gonna use my refresh, I just didn't. Maybe I should. Oh, no more water here. I used up all the water. Do I have water in here? No. All right. I'm gonna have to bring some water. I'll use Griffith to do that. Go to the favorite page of the wiki, read that. Okay. Let's take a peek.
Or we can go to the prison. How about that? I'm already heading to the prison. I'm already almost there. You know about the cave in the prison? If you know about the cave in the prison, literally has nothing, but it's a good hiding spot.
Okay, sacrificing a rare item of any kind will refill stamina, food, and water bars at the same fashion as the Path of Love ability refresh, and will heal a random wound regardless of severity. There it is. Yeah, interesting. Very interesting. Okay, so let's sacrifice that. Yeah, I'm actually worried about this tannin. Because the last time it was really like damaging that tannin bad. And the quality is really low here. I feel like I might be missing something here. It's like I need to add the leather belt. I need to add the tannin. Oh yeah, the iron lump. That's what I'm missing. You rare sack whenever you want to get rid of a grinding wound. Yeah. So like now that I think about it, like what I've been doing is I've been just sacrificing 50 favor. Now I'm often sacrificing 50 favor anyway, just to do casting. So like that's not a problem. But yeah, like I could sacrifice. I have like because of the gardening that I do, right? Like I'm getting a ton of rare stuff. And I have a ton of rare randomness as well, all over the place. So yeah, I could just do that if I in addition want a refresh. It's just another option. And as a cook, you get a ton of useless rares such as chopped tomato. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, totally. Now, yesterday, was it yesterday or the day before? It was like one of the two. Recently, I was like, the trade chat was popping off with a whole bunch of wanna buys, and just peeking at it now, again, it seems there's a ton of wanna buys. Now, this is an indication to me. Like I've been thinking about this lately, that things are looking good in terms of population, in terms of economy, in terms of activity. People wanting to buy dirt means that that person is like has a project going, right? People wanting to buy, let's see, there was another one wanting to buy clay. Right here, want to buy clay. Okay, again, probably due to some project going on. So lots of wanna buys like this indicate to me that people are like engaged with projects or engaged with playing the game, and that is good. That's a good thing. Okay. When I've been through so many cycles of economy going good and going bad. When it's going good, it's a good indication that it's going well. Is that people are wanting to buy stuff. And once that sort of stops happening and it dries up, and people aren't wanting to buy stuff, it's just an indication people aren't really playing the game as much. So just noticing that made me feel good. Like it's possible that this is being spurred on by the recent dev posts. You know, like there's some inspiration that people are now getting somewhere to like play the game. The magpie is back as well. Magpie. That word. What does magpie mean? Are you using that in a slang kind of word? Slang kind of way? Whoops. Somebody who talks obnoxiously. Okay. Okay, let me think. Somebody who talks obnoxiously. Is that the the meaning you're looking at here? Oh, somebody who collects shiny things. Okay. Okay. Yes. I know who you're talking about now. And I agree. Like that's it. Totally. Like understand you're not saying that disparagingly because that's one thing that a lot of people like to do. Not a lot, but there are a select group of people who play this game. This person you're referring to is not the only one who likes to collect shinies, and this is the reason why rares and things like this hold value, even if the rare isn't beneficial because they are beneficial in the sense that they can act as decorational items. So, for example, a rare barrel, for example, is something that
Nice.
doesn't add any functionality really to the barrel. But when you put it down on the ground, it's like nice and shiny, and people like these types of things, so they'll go and buy shiny items, and that also contributes to this. And that's a good thing. I think it that fuels the economy. And when I'm thinking of economy, I'm really thinking about like the flow of money. Like it causes money to flow, and the more that money is flowing from one place to another, the more the economy is rolling. Okay, that can you milk with a barrel? I didn't know. Can you collect maple syrup with a barrel, or do you need a bucket? I always thought it was a bucket. And then I kind of assumed that it also was a bucket for milking. Oh, you can milk with a small barrel. Okay, with any container. Can you milk with an amphora? You used to use your fruit press for milking as a newbie. Logic, yeah. I'm curious, can you milk with an amphora? Can you collect maple sap with an amphora? That would be interesting if you could. For sap, it has to be a bucket. Okay. That's a shame. Oh, what's happening here? I need to do that thing where I'm doing this. Yeah, that would have been nice because I always I run into the issue of forgetting and my bucket gets full and then it messes up and I gotta. So it would have been nice to be able to just harvest the maple trees with an amphora. Yeah, you had to make a bucket the other day to collect the sap. Yeah. Okay. But for milking, that's interesting. So let's see. Once these are done, then we'll need one more mission done. More sleep bonus gotten. Like I'm wondering whether or not it's worth it to spend time doing this one. Let me see here. Let's do the calculation. So it's one less than 70, so 69.3315% of 75. So that's 52. And so that's 23? Yeah, 23 more. That's a lot. 23 more rains need to be imped to 30 and sacrificed. Yeah, that seems like a little bit much. I think I'll let the community work on that one. Boy, this belt does not want to go in. I'm afraid for the tannin. But the belt is, I guess, 2 quality. That's like pretty low. Which is probably why I'm having so much difficulty, but they will go in eventually. I don't know if you guys can hear that still. But he's getting quite heated over there. He's embarrassed, so now he's like whispering, "Sorry." That's cute. That lava wall sounds like a problem. What lava wall? No, the thing. Yeah. Yeah, it's good. He's having fun. Some sounds like some competitive game. This belt, man, just does not want to go in. It's what the kid was shouting about. Oh, I see. The lava wall. Okay. Meanwhile, we pay spreadsheets with graphics. Exactly. Exactly. So, there was there one more thing? There was one more thing over here. I'm trying to remember. Right. Okay. So the one more thing. It was this on the last stream. I don't know if you remember, but this was where we were talking with Brian, and right at the end, I was like, "There's one more thing," and I was racking my brain what the one more thing was, and it came to my mind that the one more thing was the map dumps, which it was related to the map dumps, but that wasn't the one more thing. So we talked about the map dumps being released, and yeah, but it was related to the map dumps, and the one more thing was a couple streams ago. I was talking about peat spreading, and that was the one more thing that I wanted to mention because peat spreading sounds like a really big problem, and people were claiming that peat was spreading. And what was nice about getting the map dumps was that you can now see, where is it? You can now see what the peat looked like on the original maps. Okay, so let's do this. And then you can compare that to what the peat looks like now. And you know, I'm gonna do this on with the terrain one. Yeah, terrain. Okay, so you can count out the tiles of how the peat looks like now, and then compare it to what it looks like on this map, which was at the beginning of the server. I'm gonna open it up in this Funky, just so that I can zoom in farther. Okay, and the peat patch I was at was this one. And what it looks like at the original actually is exactly the same as what it looks like now. I looked at tile by tile, pixel by pixel, and I went to the place and I went, okay, I went to all the edges, like basically looking to see if any of the edges look different. And all the edges look the same. Exactly the same as it does now. It looks like on this map. So it appears to me that peat, at least this patch, is not spreading or hasn't spread. So for the people who were claiming that peat was spreading, it still could be a thing. It's just the devs are probably looking at this going, well, it doesn't look to them as it's spreading. So if it is spreading, now you have the tool to prove that it's spreading. All you need to do is like look at your peat, count out the tiles, map it out, look at the peat on the map, count out the tiles, and prove that it is bigger now. Okay, these are the map dumps of the original servers prior to prior to the servers being launched. So Gaffer, you're saying you're willing to believe there was a client bug that made non-peat tiles look like peat. That's a possibility. But then like all they would have to do is take a screenshot of it and say, hey, look, here's a peat tile that wasn't there at the beginning. Although I guess you can create peat tiles as well. And since then, so close yet so far away, meditation increase to 89.17. Yeah. At that rate, it looks like it's going to take weeks still. More than 1 week, I'd say. Let me think. Let's say you average let's go on the conservative side. 2 ticks. Okay, maybe 3 ticks. Let's say 3 ticks a day. 3 times 1.5 is like 4.5. So like we're talking about 0.05 per day. You're gonna need, yeah. So 80 days is 16 at that rate, or 80 points is 16 days. So yeah, I would estimate 20. Yeah. And you're probably more right about that. It really also depends on if you're able to get more than the 5 in each day. So it depends on your play sessions. But you can get those 5 in every half hour, and then after that, 1 more every 3 hours. So you can kind of get more in there that way. And it also depends on how frequent your ticks are based on rug quality and all that. If you can get 2 or 3 ticks a day. Okay, Gaffer, you're going to check the marsh for spread later today on your stream? All right. I know I was there when you were like setting that experiment up, so it would be interesting to see whether or not that's actually happening. Yeah. And as for me, I am planning to wrap up soon-ish. A little bit longer. We'll stream. We'll see if we can get these done. But man, these belts are just not going in. And I don't have the skill to imp them up. I'd have to log on Feyran. I wonder if I should make the higher tannin. But my issue right now would be that Xander has a head wound. And that head wound is going to make everything way more difficult. Oh no, not everything, right? This is only channeling is more difficult. So I'll still act like I have 70 natural substances, yeah. You get approximately 40% tick rate and average 7 to 8 meditations a day. Okay, so that, I feel like, so that's reasonable that you've got 3 approximately per day. What is 40% of 7? It's 2 and 8, yeah. So it seems like you might average 3 a day. And then, whoops. So let's do this. You're getting 0.0174. But that's going to go down over time, right? So like let's average that out to, let's say 0.016, let's just say. Maybe 6.5. Okay, and then we multiply that by 3. So you're going to get that much per day. 0.0495. And then I'm going to invert that and multiply that by what you have left, which is let's just call it 8.3 to be conservative. So that's going to take 17 days. That is if you're able to get the 7 or 8 meditations a day and get 40% tick rates. Oh, that worked. About went in. Yep, 2.5 weeks. Sounds good. Yeah, and Xander's gotten 0.2 almost. 0.19 skill here. That's pretty decent. Working his way past 85. I got into 85. Looking forward to not have to meditate ever again. Is 90 like, once you get 90, you get the teleport home? What level does 90 get you? 13? Well, teleport home was 80. Okay. Okay. So technically, you don't have to meditate ever again already. Although it is possible that at some point in the future, there might be something that updates, that makes it so that there's an extra thing to get when you get to 90 meditation. And you'll be there already. That's awesome. Honestly, when I got to 30 meditation, that's when I said, yes, I don't have to meditate ever again. I have 30. You can keep advancing after 90 for shorter cooldowns. Interesting. That's interesting. You hope so? Then you'll watch the people trying to struggle from 70 to 90? Yeah. So 90 for shorter cooldowns, or past 90. That's interesting. I personally hate meditating so much, like so much, that to me, it's not worth the effort. $90.64 here. Crazy. Yeah, so let's see. What is my meditation at? It's under nature, I think. 30.03. And then the moment that 30 tick happened, it was like, yes, never again. And that was just so I can enchant grass. Yeah, you stopped at 70 for the skill gain. Okay, so you went knowledge. Of course, that makes sense. Yeah, but the memes. I know. Well, knowledge is the best one. Yeah. Although I heard that, was it hate or power? I can't remember. The one that does something with stamina, I've heard is quite good. Especially if you're a builder or, you know, it like makes stamina. 50% reduced stamina drain, yeah. Yeah, that sounds good. It's not. Yeah, it's okay. So power gives you 30% effective stamina. So it's like an extra 30. It's like you have more stamina. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay, when you say plus 30 effective stamina, do you mean that your body stamina will act like it's 30 more than it is? That might be what you're saying. And so 69 stamina caps you out at 1% stamina use. Okay, so there's no point in going higher than 69. So maybe what you're suggesting here is that power isn't all that good, because if you already have 50, let's say, stamina, the 30 plus effective isn't really helping you as much as 30 sounds like it's helping you. Interesting. For us lowly people who only have 32 stamina, maybe. Okay, I see. Interesting. I wonder why they did that. I wonder why they did it that way instead of make it so that stamina drains 30% less, let's say, for example, or to make it just worthwhile no matter what your stamina is. Yeah, you just read it more carefully on the wiki? Yeah, so it's like, that's kind of weird. Because some people will already have 69 stamina. So then that path effectively gives them nothing. That feels bad. It's like that same kind of feel bad that the compass thing was that we were discussing before, Nin. It's like it just feels like they could have thought about it, adding it in a different way. And it would have been just as effectively good no matter what your stamina was. Oh, and by the way, I got another affinity on a stat, on a characteristic. And I felt really lucky when that happened. Got that mind logic affinity. That was awesome. Yeah. More of those, please. And we have this 30% affinity gain event happening soon, during which we're going to be skill grinding like crazy because we're also going to get 30% skill gains. And so my hope is I collect a affinity or two during that event. You believe they redid stamina calculations sometime in the past. As far as I remember, somebody with stamina in the 90s with Path of Power 11 basically never lost stamina. Someone dragged a cart up Dragon's Fan without needing to rest. What? Okay, so maybe what you're saying is that the wiki isn't correct and that they did some change that isn't reflected in the wiki that makes it so it is actually still worthwhile. Ugh. I wish things like this were more clear, you know? Like, how is somebody supposed to decide which path to go down if it's not clear what it's going to look like when you get to the end? She was a little odd. Feels a little odd, that's for sure. By the way,
Oh, by the way, my brother has never seen Shark Boy Laugh Girl, so when it came out on Netflix, he wanted to watch it, and
so if you never plan on getting more than 39 stamina, as somebody who's not hardcore enough, then power might be decent for certain gameplay loops. But if someone grinds 70 meditation, then chances are somebody will end up with... Yeah, exactly. Creating cordage is a PETA. I don't know about that. I think the PETA part is getting your ropes making skill up, not the creating the cordage. Because once your rope making skill is a certain point, and you have a decent rope tool, and Exon, I know you play on the old server, right? Or are you now making on the new servers? Because if you're on the old servers, Red Dragon Blood is much more available there, and probably not nearly as costly as it is on the new servers. I think currently on the new servers, a single Red Dragon Blood is like in the vicinity of 8 to 10 silver. Whereas on the old servers, you might be able to get it for 2 or so silver per, or maybe even less, depending. So if you get a high rope tool, maybe a rare one or a supreme one or something like this. Okay, you have a fully imbued rare rope tool. Okay. And what's your rope making skill? Because I think your rope making skill will make a big difference here. Right. So 52. I can see that creating cordage is a PETA at that point. And what I would recommend is spending some time imping some fish keep nets. Right? Like do the whole grind where you know, sleep bonus on, rope making affinity, make a whole bunch of fish keep nets, get those ready. It would help if you had a little bit of tailoring skills so you can make some strings that's high enough quality to imp to 70. So if you can get some 70 quality strings, make like 20 fish keep nets and just imp those. You know, spend some of your sleep bonus on that get your rope making skill to 70 plus, and then it'll feel a lot better. Like it won't feel like, yeah, your cordage rope making will feel much better. It'll go faster. 100 ropes equals 600. Yeah, that's quite low, right? So for me, I would say like my rope making, I don't even have a fully imbued rope tool, but my rope making sits 75, and I would say like it feels good now. Where 100 ropes will probably give me 3 times the amount of favor you're getting. And my rope tool quality matters a lot. Okay, so I got it imp to 90, and I've used it a bunch. But here's my rope tool. It's like only 45 imbue and 92 wind of ages, so it goes relatively quickly. Yeah, 52 to 70 will definitely make a big difference, and of course 70 to 90. You know what? 70 to 90 will make a difference in terms of quality as well. I know because I have a 95 rope maker on the old server. Yeah, exactly. So like I would say that my average is probably in the 50s in terms of that. So let's suppose it's like 10. Let's say I get 10 favor per rope. At 100 ropes, that's 1,000. So it does feel good. On the old server with like a fully imbued supreme thing with my high skill, I'm like averaging 70 quality. So like the average keeps going up all the way into the 90s. And when you're pumping out ropes like at super fast speeds because your skill's high, and it's averaging 70 in the 70s, right? Where each rope is like 15 silver or something like that. I don't think 55 is 12 to 13 favor. That doesn't sound right to me. That doesn't sound right. I think, and these aren't my average, by the way. This bin is just my 50 bin. This is my 50 quality bin. Oh, I'm inactive. I'm wasting my sleep bonus. So all the ones that come out in the 50s get averaged into here. But each one is 7. Okay, that sounds better. So maybe 100 ropes for me is about 700 favor. So I'd be, oh, but okay, so maybe it's that yours, because you have a higher rope tool than me, probably, that's fully imbued. But you're going to see bigger gains. Like when you get your skill up, you'll see bigger gains for sure. But you compare that to veggies, right? 100 veggies at 100 quality is only going to be 250 favor. And while you definitely go faster, you can chop faster. That's the cap. Like that's the top. You're not going to get any better than that. So it'll always be that 100 veggies will give you 250 favor at best. And with ropes, when your skill gets up there and you're averaging 70 plus quality per rope, and you're pumping these out like one rope every 3 seconds or something like this. Yeah, you just tally that up and it's like crazy amount of favor per time invested. Also, ropes have this thing where like it scales not linearly, it scales quadratically with the favor. So as the quality goes up, the amount of favor per rope is on a steeper increase. So I feel like let me just see if I have higher quality ropes here. I have some 74 quality ropes. So each of the 55s were 7 favor, right? So going from 55 to 75-ish doubles the favor. So it's not like you double the quality, you double the favor, right? It's like you only have to increase the quality a little bit and you can double the favor. Right? And then if you get, let's say, a 95 quality rope, it'll be like double again. More than, yeah, it'll be double again. It's a 28 favor for a 95 quality rope. Yeah, but it is way faster to chop, and I have lots of veggies from Forge Bot Knives from Forest Lander. The variance is terrible, though. Right. I mean, it's faster to chop, but you get less per, so I don't know overall if it's faster. Right? I mean, if you already have, let's say, high skill, let's just say you have a high skill in both, okay? And like, you're debating, do I spend my time chopping veggies? I have infinite veggies, let's say. I have also infinite WIM, so that's not an issue. But like, it's a matter of time spent. So I can spend my time chopping veggies, or I can spend my time making ropes. Which one is going to give me best bang for time? I guarantee you ropes is going to, by a lot. But of course, if you don't have the skill, there's the time that you need to invest to get the skill. And so it might feel like you can just right now chop veggies faster than the ropes. So that might be the thing that pushes. Other issues, transportability, only 37. Yeah, but cordage ropes go into BSBs and crates. And so if you have a wagon that can carry a BSB or boats that can carry BSB, you can bring a lot that way. I see. So if you want to like bring them, like transport them outside of bulk storage, for sure. You get higher, yeah. Yeah, the craft time decrease is a much bigger deal. Yeah, you can run the numbers in Grinder. Yeah, that's true. Although the imbue will be hard to take into account. Unless there is something in Grinder that takes into account imbues. You can bring a BSB to a rift if you bring a wagon. I guess it depends, like, on whether you want to bring a wagon or not. But if you bring a wagon, I see what your point is. Like, if you want to just bring a cart, let's say, you don't want to bring a wagon. And that only carries 3 large crates, which will only have 900 items in total. Although, by the way, 900 ropes, if they're 70 quality, is enough favor, I'd say, for a rift. You're not going to burn through 900 ropes. I know, for a rift, right? But, like, I'm thinking, like, let's say you want to bring to an Impelong, let's say, right? Where 900 ropes to an Impelong, that's definitely not enough. You could bring a wagon with a BSB filled with thousands of ropes if you want. Or a wagon with 12 crates, which is 3,600 ropes, which is... depends, but not that. It's not... It's like a lot. So I don't know. I feel like what's more important is how much favor you can produce in the time spent, right? So you can just ride to a rift with your priestess, have 595 chopped garlics on her horse, and right. Yeah, you only bring horses, that's true. That's true. And 1,000 chopped veggies is 2,500 favor. Is 2,500 favor enough for a rift? I don't know. 3,000 favor. Is 3,000 favor enough for a rift? How much does it cost to cast one heal? So if it was 30, if it costs 30 to cast one heal, that's 100 casts. And I'd say that's probably more than enough. 100 casts. Okay, yeah. Again, I understand that argument of I understand the argument of if you're only riding a horse and not bringing a cart, cordage is harder to bring. But I don't understand why bringing a cart wouldn't be an option. Because you're bringing an alt and a main, so just put them in the cart together, drive with the horses hitched to the front. And when you get there, you unhitch the horses so you can use them for the fight, and you have crates in a large cart. I mean, I don't see like how that's any worse, but yeah, but riding two tunes with horses is gotta be annoying. My cart, by the way, goes 35 kilometers an hour, or 36 or whatever, plus how fast does your horses go? If you really, really, really don't want to grind rope making, then chopping veggies will be better. Yeah, I think that's what it comes down to, right? That's what it comes down to, is that if you're not interested in grinding rope making, that's perfectly fine. There's an option of chopping veggies. It's just, you just got to know that if you were to grind rope making, that in the end it would be better. And you can get around the things like carrying stuff to the rifts by working on other things, like, for example, making your cart more like this one over here. And I know I'm bringing hell horses, but like, you could drag a couple horses with you, like, and like, look at the speed that I'm going. I'm going 37 right now on this cart. So while they are nerfed in your mule cart runs at 2930, right? Yeah, totally. Need hell. I'm not saying that it's not a pain, Exen. I'm not saying that there's not. But what I am saying is that if you put in effort, there's ways to get things better. That's how the game works. And that it's your choice. But what would be incorrect to say is that cordage ropes are worse than veggies. Like, that would be incorrect, right? Because sure, it takes more effort. It is correct to say cordage ropes takes more effort than chopped veggies, but they're definitely not worse. Although you did say PETA, they are PETA, which I guess could be like they're annoying in the sense that it's hard to get that skill up. I would agree with that. It's a PETA in the sense that it takes a lot of extra effort to get it going. But in the end, I feel like it's worth the effort personally, because it does make things much better. Drogos brings up an interesting point. Wemp gives so little farming skill gain, so you do chop veggies until you have 100 farming, then you can start ropes. Interesting. Yeah, that's a good point. When I on the old servers, I didn't do farming. I mean, I got my farming into the 80s, but I didn't. When it came to like buying veggies or buying Wemp for ropes or whatever for favor, I just bought it. It would have been, it's 1 silver per 1,000 Wemp, let's say. So I'd buy like 30,000 at a time, and then, or 20,000 at a time, or something like that, in that range. And that 30 silver spent more than made up for it when I sold my casts. Like, I was able to make that 30 silver back really easily just by casting. I'm trying and I can't convince you. You know the variance and creation stays. Yeah, variance and creation stays. Yeah. So, but like the variance will look like when you get to high levels, it'll look like on average, the average quality will be in the 70s. So like, who cares about the variance in that situation when, if let's say you can just dump the ropes into a bin and it's going to be a 70, you're going to have thousands of 75 quality ropes. Or you can keep them separate, put them into bins. Like I have a 90 bin and an 80 bin and a 70 bin, 60 bin, and so on. And my 90 bin gets full, like gets lots. One rope is 25 when quality 100. Yeah, average is, the thing is that it's, so 100 ropes will never be 2,500 favor. Yeah, but 100 veggies will never be 2,500 favor either on average. Right? 100 ropes, 100 veggies will at most be 250 favor. Whereas, let's do some calculations here. If you have a bin of 90 plus ropes, each rope could be 30 favor each, plus 100. So I can have 100 ropes and they will be 3,000 favor. It is possible that there is no variance. I don't know what you mean by that. I still don't know what you mean by that. I understand like 100 garlic will be 250. I understand that there is no variance there. I mean, what if the numbers got changed and 100 garlic gave 1 favor, let's say, and there was no variance, let's say. Would you still say it's better to have no variance in that case than it would be if 100 ropes on average gave 3,000? Like I still don't understand. Variance doesn't matter when the average amount of favor that you get is lower. I'll take variance any day if it means on average all the ropes together give me more favor. And then I can just take out my ropes, put them into a bulk storage bin, and now all of the ropes have the same amount of favor. And the amount of favor each rope gives me far exceeds the amount of favor each veggie gives me. Right? Each veggie, the perfect veggie, 100 quality, gives you 2.5 favor each. But if I have 175 quality ropes, each one gives me 14 favor. That's a lot more than 2.5. Now, what I'm not saying here, I completely understand your point of view, Exon, and the point of view of lots of people who like to use chopped veggies is that it's far less effort to get to the point where you're creating 100 quality chopped veggies. Like I totally agree with that. And that's a perfectly fine way of getting favor. But just know that when you get to the top of that line, you're going to be making favor far slower. Far slower. I'm probably going to guess about 20% of the rate at which somebody who grinded their rope making up. Like rope making will probably go about 5 times faster in terms of favor generation. Totally. I think that doesn't change anything though. Let's say I'm only able to make 85 quality WEMP, let's say. Okay, and then I just make my WEMP. With 85 quality WEMP, I have 95 skill, let's say, and I do that with 85 quality WEMP. My average amount of favor per WEMP used is going to be 5 times or more than your 100 quality chopped veggies that you're making from 94, even if it was 90 quality veggies. It's like, to me, it doesn't matter. What matters is the amount of favor I generate in an amount of time spent. So I spend an hour generating favor, you spend an hour generating favor, and at the end of the hour, we see how much favor we each have. If we come out of that experiment and I have more favor than you, then I would say my method is better, regardless of the quality of the things, regardless of the variance. If I have more favor at the end of an hour, it's better. Sure. 10 minutes of foraging and you have 200 favor when chopped. That's great. um, but more than likely, to get 200 favor, you probably shouldn't be going out to forage for those vegetables and then chop them. I feel like it would be faster and more efficient if you were to plant crops, farm them, and like, wouldn't it be faster that way, don't you think? I don't know. This is an interesting discussion. Yeah, yeah, and farming is faster. So like, I feel like farming might be faster, like less time spent for more outcome, right? Because with foraging, you gotta like be on it every time you finish foraging, you gotta be foraging again, and each action is giving you one, or maybe it gives you more when you're higher skill. I don't know. Does each foraging action give you more than one? Up to 4. Okay. Yeah. So that's like, I'm trying to think here. So what you're suggesting then is if you spend time getting your foraging skill up. I haven't thought about this as an option. I mean, but we're let's compare apples to apples here, right? Like, we're talking about getting our rope making skill into the 95, let's say. But let's say instead of that, you spend your time getting foraging to 95, let's say. Okay, let's just say this is like, you're going down this line. You get your foraging to 95, and then you spend your time foraging. You're getting, at that point, 4 veggies per action. Okay, this seems not. This seems actually like you could potentially outstrip farming in this way, right? Okay, and like, imagine you go out to a place where you can just like, there's enough tiles that you can just go forever, right? And you just forage away, and all the while you're putting the contents into a cart or something like this, and you're collecting like, 95 plus quality vegetables this way. Huh. And you get coins, yeah. That's definitely an added bonus. Okay, this seems like a feasible path. Right, I know. I know, since 10 year, I know. Right. So okay, so now the question is, so like 3 hours, let's say, and 2.5 hours to harvest. So let's say you took those same time, the same hours, hour and a half, and you just went foraging, and you have, let's say, 95 foraging skill. How many crops can you get in 5.5 hours of foraging? So I don't know what the timers look like. Does anybody know? Okay, so Gaffer, even at 740. Okay, so Gaffer, how long is a foraging action at 70 approximately? Oh, and Exon, you have 97 quality veggies from foraging. No, okay, but let's again, we want to compare apples to apples. We don't want to just say, well, it's quick for me, but it's not for you, and I'm not going to give you any numbers about it. Let's get some numbers here. Like, what's your foraging skill, and what is the action timer for forage action? Yeah, I know, Gaffer. You have, okay, so you have 97. Okay, so I mean, it does seem like you don't have much of an issue getting skills up into that, because that foraging is not a quick skill. It's like something that takes time. So you have 97.8 almost foraging. Again, how long is that? How long is a foraging action? Nice. Those are some big numbers. But what is the time length? I'm still trying to figure this out. What's the time length for a foraging action? At that skill. I want to compare it to this 5.5 hours to get 13,000 crops. But timer depends. Okay. Are you logged in at the moment? Like just to test it? Are you able to like go to a grass house? I'm just curious because I'm gonna whether or not you give me a number, I'm gonna pick a number. I'd prefer that number to be as accurate as I possibly can. But let's make it 4 seconds. Or like, would you say that a 4-second action timer might be realistic there on a forage action at 97.8 skill? 4 seconds. Let's use 4 seconds. If you're not going to give me an actual number, I'm just going to use 4 seconds. I want to be as realistic as possible here, but planting harvesting timer is 3 to 5 seconds or so. Yeah. Okay. Let's just do this with 4 seconds. How long at 4 seconds per timer and 4 veggies per timer? So 1 second per action. How long would it take to get 13,000? Well, let's not throw sling mud here since then. Yeah, if we're going for quantity, for sure. Yeah, we're going for quantity here. We're not going for skill gain. Oh, and I realize I'm getting so into this that I forgot Xander lost his sleep bonus. Okay, that's okay. Let's just think about this here. So 13,000 veggies. That's like, if it's 4 second action timers and it's 1 second, oh sorry, and you get 4 veggies for that. That's 1 second per veggie. So take 13,000 seconds. Divide that by 60. That's 216 minutes. Divide that by 60. So okay, we're in a good spot here. This is so if it was 4 second action timers, I don't know. It would only take 3.6 hours of foraging to get to 13,000. So we're in like a ballpark here. That's one more question I would have is from foraging. Let me think here. From foraging, does every item is every item something that you can chop and sacrifice for good favor? Or are there items in there that, like, I know you sometimes get branches, you're not going to be able to sacrifice that. Cotton, rock, sticks, yeah. Right. Okay. So you're not gonna get all 4 of those, like all of the things you're getting aren't necessarily going to be. So that might add some time to that 3.6 hours. Yeah. You're going for 0.01 skill gain per session, yeah. That is, you're right. Are you sure that's not how it works since then? Yeah, but forestry you get 4 per. If your skill's high enough. Currently my skill's not high enough, but I think once you get to 80, you get 4. Oh, okay. And hi Muse, thanks for the numbers. So we were actually way off. Your skill is 99.999. Wow. And you get 4 items, but not necessarily veggies. Okay. So let's do some more calculations here with some real numbers. I got a bunch of calculators open. Okay, so these are some real numbers. We're at like 99 skill here. That's crazy. It's still taking 9.6 seconds. Okay, and let's just make an average of, let's say 3 out of the 4 items on average will be veggies. No, since then it'll be a 9.6 second timer, but you'll get, by the end of that 9.6 seconds, you get all 4. Are you sure? Oh, Interesting. Okay, so Muse, maybe this is a question for you. When you try the forage action, is it 9.6 seconds at 99 skill, and that's what gives you 4 items? I think that might be the case, right? Like that 9.6 might be 4 times the skill, 4 times the action, right? Yeah. Okay. So that's what's important, right? Like that the 9.6 seconds result in 4 items, but not necessarily veggies. So let's estimate that 3 out of the 4 items on average give you veggies. So 9.6 seconds, you get 3 veggies. How long will it take to get 13,000? So let's clear this. 13,000 divided by 3 would mean that you would need this many actions to get 13,000 veggies. And each of those actions takes 9.6 seconds. That's not what did I do? I pressed the wrong button. So 13,000 divided by 3, you would need that many actions, and then we'd multiply that by 9.6. That's how many seconds it would take, and then we divide that by 60. That's how many minutes it would take, and then divide that by 60 again. Okay, so now we're getting more realistic numbers. Thank you, Muse, for those numbers. So we're with these numbers at 99 foraging. It seems as though Sinsen's method of getting these 13,000 crops, it takes about half the time. Okay. Well, it was worth a thought experiment. I had never considered foraging as a method for getting a reliable number of large, high quality veggies before. But it still feels like time investment wise, it's faster to do the farming by about double. Right. Okay. And you need 99. Yeah, you're right. This is but Sinsen, this is what we're doing here, right? Like we're looking at what happens at the end, right? What happens when we get to the highest levels? Right? Because what's your farming, Sinsen? Right? What's your farming? I bet you it's 90 something. So again, we're comparing apples to apples. 93.5, yeah. Like, and I wonder what the difference would be like for foraging if it was 93.5 compared to 99. You don't see that your timer is slower. I don't know what that means. Slower than what? And do you see your timer? Because if you did, then it would be helpful if you gave us the numbers like Muse gave us. Sort of what I've been asking for the past little while, but I guess it's not coming. Yeah, your harvest timer is around 3.3 seconds or so at max stam. Let me plant to 94 quality. So yeah, okay. In foraging. Yeah, but Exen, again, what I'm asking for is what is the timer for your forage action? Like you go to a tile with full stamina, forage, and then how long does that timer take? Yeah, 3.5 seconds. Yeah. Like we can do the calculation since then. So what you're saying is that it's 3.5 seconds to plant. Okay, so 7 seconds for 3 items foraged. Wait, but Exon, you have enough skill that you should be getting 4 items foraged. Okay, and how long is the harvest action? Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, or 1 harvest and 1 plant action being 2 actions for 8 seconds. 8 seconds per action. Okay. So let's use that number, 8 seconds. So So how long would it take to do 13,000 crops there for that? So 13,000 crops, or is it for 8 quantity? Or, oh yeah, quantity forage item dependent grass.
What? The R shop secret?
Trying to get these units right. So 3.5 seconds to harvest and 3.5 to plant, is it? Or 4 seconds to plant? Let me just see here. You plant plus harvest, no raking, 8 harvest. Got it. Okay, so it's the 8 was for the number of crops. So let's divide that by 8. This is how many
Somebody set their car on fire.
actions you're going to have to, how many plant actions, and then you'll also have to do a harvest action. And let's say that it's 3.5 seconds to harvest-ish, 3.3 seconds or so, and 3.5 seconds to plant. So that's like 7 seconds for, I see, so this many actions times 7. Now divide that by 60 and divide that by 60 again. Okay. So it's actually even better than double. It looks more like it's more than triple. So farming seems to be more than 3 times faster than foraging. So I think that kind of squashed that. So yeah. It does feel like farming is better. Right, right. But both calculations, I mean, foraging as well, you're going to have to, and move and all that. So I think they're equivalent in that respect. So yeah, you have to wait for stamina, and you have to move. You're also going up and down your greenhouse. Yeah. So there's always those little in between times that keep getting added. But it did seem by this raw calculation of timer length, it's only. Let's see. Let's invert that and multiply by 11.5, which was what it was for the. So it seems like it's 3.5 times faster to farm the same quantity at the same skill. So that settles that. Farming is better than foraging when it comes to the speed at which you can produce material. Okay, well, at least it's good to know that. Because if all we did was like go by observational anecdotes and it's like, oh, it feels like foraging is faster. Well, let's like, yeah, it does feel like farming is faster in that way. Right. Muse, you're absolutely right. And I think that that's where we started with all this when we were debating between rope making versus veggies. Like, I think it comes down to what you prefer to be doing, right? Like, what is your lifestyle? What suits you? And there's no right and wrong way. And totally, it is okay to make favor with veggies. But what I'm trying to combat are like, there's a common thing that ends up happening where, let's say somebody does use veggies as their primary way, and what they'll do is they'll say things like rope making is definitely not as good. But I don't think that these types of things are helpful. Like when it comes down to it, maybe rope making is better on some metrics and worse on other metrics, and it depends on what you want out of it. So if your goal is to make more favor faster, rope making seems to be better. Farming seems to be better for making veggies faster than foraging. Like these are things like, if faster, more favor faster is your goal, I think rope making is faster. However, there's a longer upfront time investment required that might not be suited well to your playstyle. Okay, like if grinding a skill by imping is not something you're interested in doing. Right? And that's something that a lot of people don't like. A lot of people in this game don't like imping to grind their skills. They'd rather be picking or raking or chopping or whatever it is, you know, like they'd rather be out in the world and rather than imping. And in that case, rope making is really hard to get up if you don't want to imp. It's definitely hard to get up. Yeah, you did a farming run. Don't need to do any farming for a few months. I know, it's true. But again, like if somebody does foraging, they could do like a 11-hour foraging stint and get the same number of veggies and not have to, you know, do it again for a month as well. The thing is, rope making is tedious thing to grind. Exactly. So that's the thing. Okay, yeah, I agree. At low skill, the variance does feel terrible, but I can assure you, because I have firsthand experience. Oh, the tannin ran out. I have firsthand experience that rope making does get better. And by a lot. It feels like it scales quadratically with your skill. If that means anything to you. What that means is that it's not like if you double your skill, you're getting double the gains. It doesn't work like that. It feels more like if you double your skill, you quadruple your gains with rope making. That's how it feels. And if you triple your skill, you're 9 timesing the outcome like that. Whereas I feel like with chopped veggies, it's linear, right? Where if I double my farming skill, let's say, then I'm going to double the amount of favor. Like if I have 50 quality veggies, let's say I'm like at that point, my quality of my veggies is 50 quality. And then I compare that to when it gets to 100. What that will feel like is I've doubled the amount of favor. It'll feel like double, right? But with rope making, it feels more like if you're at 50 skill compared to when you're at 100 skill, it'll feel like you've quadrupled your effect. You've quadrupled. Like that's how it feels. No, I'm just making stuff. Like I'm just like saying it this way because it's easier to say it this way. For every skill point that you add, it feels like you're effectively adding double. Like, you know what I mean? Like you're getting more out of your increases. I feel it feels that way anyway. And that happens because of the way that the quality of the ropes transfers into how much favor it gives you. Right? So as the quality of the ropes that you're making go up on average, the amount of favor they give you go up more than the amount that the quality was going up. Yeah, you can't forage for 11 hours and get the same. No, yeah. I mean, we're talking theoretically here since then. I know we can quibble over like the details here, but I'm talking in theory. Of course, you're right. Oh, what am I doing here? I need this water. I'm just gonna grab this water, bring it over here.
I think we should stick together. I'm going down there.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like most people will agree that farming seems to be a better way to get materials. For sure. Okay. We are getting to a point where I'm going to need to wrap up the stream. I have gone a little bit longer than I thought I would, and these black belted vests are taking forever. I really didn't think that it would take this long. Dishwater, what is this? A tragic attempt at making something nutritious with liquid involved. The result is tasteless and has a very low nutritional value. What? How did I get dishwash water? How did that happen? Yeah, I suppose I recommend ropes for people who like to improve for skill gain. If you like to improve for skill gain, recommend ropes. If you're not into the improving for skill gain play style, nah, that's fine. There's other ways. And I like that about this game, that there's all sorts of different ways to play the game. You can choose the way that you want to play the game, and there's a method for it, and it will work.
I'm checking the roofs right now of everything.
Yeah, no, I thought it was a joke. Yeah, dishwater maybe a failed tannin. Okay, but it's like it's sitting outside my inventory, not in a container, and I don't feel like I can move it. Oh, I can move it into a container, but then I can't bring it out. Oh, I see. Like, is it worthwhile keeping that, or should I just pour it on the ground? What do you guys think? Is dishwater used for anything?
Yeah, oh, I forgot. This stall from the boys back in my mask.
I'm just gonna pour it. If I want more, I can make more. I'm pretty sure. Check the wiki. Whatever. It's already gone. It doesn't sound like it's worth anything. Dishwater. Historical. Dishwater is a liquid that is the result of an incorrect ratio of water to a cooking ingredient when trying to make a goulash. Okay. Despite slow filling up hunger bar, it's great for food, animal. Okay. Cannot be used to wash dishes. Right. It is there. It doesn't seem like it's worth keeping. I do want to finish these things, but boy, these are taking forever. Let's see. I got 3 now. Let's see how close we are. We're at 74% of the way. And I still need some tannin here.
I suck at it too, so.
But we're getting there. Let's get all the iron into these things.
No.
1 tannin, 1 iron. 1 tannin, 1 iron. Okay, so I'll get the iron into these. It seems like the iron's going in fine. It's the tannin is going to be a problem, right? Let's see. How's this tannin? 41 quality. Okay, 1 more iron. The iron's going in nicely because it's higher quality. I'm using 87 quality iron. Tannin's going to be a problem. I only need 3 more. Let's see. I'll put the tannin in here. I have 6 kilograms of tannin. Let's see how long this takes, and hopefully that'll finish off the mission. And we'll get our little bump in sleep bonus. And then after that, I'm going to have to end the stream. We will go over to check out what Catspur is doing, because she's doing a Wurm stream, which is awesome. And I think she's doing Kingdom Update, where she's working on the Kingdom, which is also awesome because those are rare and few in far and few in between. And personally, I'm getting really hungry, so I'm gonna go eat some lunch and hang out on Katz's stream. Let's see, 3 more of these. What's taking so long? Failure, failure, failure. Oh, there's 1. Also, my food bar is like preventing my stamina. 24-hour stream during the 30. Unfortunately, it most likely will not be the case. you know, I really do wish that I could stream more. As it is, I'm streaming a lot for my time that I have. Like trying to keep up a once a week sort of thing is already a lot based on my schedule. It wouldn't it be amazing if streaming could be something that pays the bills? Wouldn't it be amazing if it was good job security and it made an income? There we go. But how come we didn't get the message down here? But we did get the sleep bonus, I see. That's weird. And what's the new one? Slay the Trader Brown Bear. Okay, so the two that I finished so far just created a trader. E10. E10 sounds really close to us. E10 is up here somewhere. And we're over here. So that actually seems like feasible to get. Okay, and what do you get for it? 1,000 karma. With 45 sleep bonus. Yeah, yeah. Make a pendulum go hunt it down? Yeah, maybe. I don't have a Libela priest to make the lurker in the dark. It's Libela, right? Lurker. Let's just type in lurker. The dark. It's Libela, I bet. And Magrenon, for which I don't have either. So probably not going to happen. But that's okay. All right. Well, I'm going to end the stream here. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. I'm glad you all were able to make it. And, you know, chat about Wurm and all sorts of stuff. A lot of fun. We're going to go raid Catspur and hang out on her stream. I'm really excited to see what's going on in her stream. And so you guys come join me and hang out for a little bit. Say hi to Cats. And we'll be back probably next weekend. I'll try my best to figure out a schedule beforehand, but this one was like literally last night I figured out when I was going to stream. And so I'll try to do it a little bit more in advance next week. But until next time, you guys keep on worming. And join me on a raid to Cats's stream. All right, have a good one.